for sustainable development. You are all welcome to take your seats because the program is about to begin. Our guests on the way are about to arrive. All of you are advised to take your seats so that the program can begin. We have exhibitions to the right as you come in, to the left from where I sit, and we have a number of exhibitors there. You are advised to visit their stands and see what they are able to offer, the innovations that the young minds have come up with. The host, Kisii National Polytechnic, has a stand where we have the building and civil engineering department. They have an improved GECO, which has been made from car rims, and it uses solar energy to light it. You're welcome to visit that stand and learn more. And it uses also waste products from charcoal. They also have cabro making from plastic waste material. And the molding is the only one in Eastern Central Africa because it's made from the Kisii soapstone. From the Kisii soapstone, it is a unique molding. You're welcome to visit that stand and learn more. KNP, Steel and Mechanical and Automotive Engineering Department.
Five DJ. You know, that's up.
KNP Steel and Mechanical and Automotive Engineering Department, they have made an automatic steam thermodilator, which will help you steam while you're in the room. Our guests who are still arriving, you're welcome. Feel at KNP. You will be shown around by the ushers. The ushers, wherever you are, please be on standby so that you can be ushering our guests as they arrive. The Mechanical and Automotive Engineering Department have also made a sheet rolling machine. They have also made a hospital ward bed and an automatic soap dispenser. They also have a 1 meter raised garden. Please visit the stand and to see what they have made. KNP and the Hospitality Department, they have a cucumber body scrubber. This is something which is doing wonders because they say that it has numerous benefits internally, externally, and even emotionally. Visit that stand because the cucumber scrubber is doing wonders under the auspices of Philemon Okoko and Maureen Mbaka. Visit. We also have a simple homemade lighting device. This is in the electrical and electronics department. Visit that stand and see how you can get simple lighting. And agricultural engineering, we have an automatic temperature and water level control system for a solar powered egg incubator. It's a wonderful thing for hatching of eggs. It uses a Arduino control system. It's computerized, and integration of ICT and electronics is something amazing. Visit that stand. Visit that stand and learn more. Mount Kenya University has an exhibition table, and it is with Equip Africa Institute, an institute which offers courses from artisan level to diploma. And thereafter, graduates can transit to university, Mount Kenya University. They offer online courses, and they also offer in-class programs. You are welcome to visit that stand to learn more. There are two gentlemen there who will guide you on the courses offered by Mount Kenya University.
Hello, hello. Fine.
Aya. 1, 2,
1, 2, mic testing.
5, 6. Asante sana, tafadhali. Ama sina base. Haya. Tafadhali naomba, kuna baadhi ya wale wenzetu ambao tuko kwa exhibitions ama kwa zile mahala ambapo tunaangalia mali yetu. Naomba tafadhali tusije tukakaa wengi pale, kwa sababu tunajua hali ambayo tumo ndani yake as the country and the world. So I'm requesting wale ambao tunaangalia pale tusije tukakusanyika ama tusije tukawa wengi. Vile vile naomba maski zetu, kila mmoja wetu uvae barakoa yako ipasavyo. Na kuna maji ukija, kama haukupata nafsi ya kunawa, utasema ama utainua mkono uweze kuwa sanitized. Hiyo ni baadhi ya yale ambayo, kwa sababu kuna madaktari hapa na kuna serikali yote, kwa hivyo usije ukatolewa nje kwa kutovaa maski yako ipasavyo. Kwa hayo machache tafadhali naomba tushirikiane. MC.
Asante sana, zingatia maagizo ya COVID-19. Tafadhali, hiyo ni muhimu sana. We have Absa Bank. They have a stand there, and for all your financial solutions, including insurance, visit the Absa stand. Cooperative Bank of Kenya also have a stand, also for financial solutions. Camel Park Hotel, a starred hotel, the one and only, situated on a hill, for all accommodation and meals. Please visit the Camel Park Hotel. The program is starting. Remember, we have research papers and presentations, and the following are asked to come into the tent and proceed for registration on my right-hand side, where we have the technical crew. The following: Judith Simiu from Kisii National Polytechnic. Wherever you are, please, Judith, come forward. Jenna Akwale, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Wherever you are, Jenna, please come in front. Asali Joel Amunga from Butere Technical and Vocational College. Please come up front. Dr. Tom Mokua Kabage, PhD, from Kisii National Polytechnic. Please come forward. John Chomber, the Nyeri National Polytechnic, wherever you are, please. And it is my hope that you have already registered, therefore come up front. Kenneth Malunga, Siala Technical Training Institute, please come forward. The others are Robert Magare, Coast Institute of Technology, Ngando Robert Otieno, the Kisumu National Polytechnic, Mogaka M. Ronald, Siala Technical Training Institute, Lucy Makoha and Osborne Opicho from Kisiwa Technical Training Institute, Muhia Ngaruia from Coast Institute of Technology, Marunga G, Dr. And Opicho O, and Abisai T, the three from Kisiwa Technical Training Institute, Stella Kemuma Atuti from the Kisii National Polytechnic, and Thomas Esrenyi Mahindu from Aldai Technical Training Institute. Please, the names that I've called, come up front. You'll meet Dr. Tom Kabage. Dr. Tom Kabage is with me here, and he'll give you directions. It would be very kind of you if you came immediately.
Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2, 2 2 2 2 2 2, check 1 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 2, 2 2 2 2 2, check 1 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 2.
I don't know about my heart. I want to stay with me. Every day you love someone, something wrong too. I don't know what I'm going to do. My heart, I want to cry for my lovely Elizabeth. Some people, they want to ask me for you, my love. I'm crazy about that love. I believe you on the phone. Many years 'cause I like to see you. Every day you run from me. I don't know what I'm going to do. My head, I want to cry for my sweet Elizabeth. I say Elizabeth, but the way you go. Can the bongo man sing, sing? I say sweet Elizabeth, but where you go? Come back, you love me. Many years I love you. Many years you love me. Elizabeth, what happened? You know that you miss me, my love. Abdul Adams, Kunta Kinte. Do you see Elizabeth there?
Why you want to see me? What for? Huh?
Elizabeth, we stay more than 10 years together.
As our guests
You say that
keep on arriving, and
I bought eggs
as you
for
take your
to London
seats,
just to buy
remember this activity started yesterday when we had skill competitions, and we had a number of departments presenting their items, and a building and civil engineering department, we had masonry work where we had block laying, plastering, tiling, and the installation of drainage system. We also had carpentry, and the institutions that brought their items included KNP, Kisii National Polytechnic, Ekerubogie Tai, Keroka Technical, Sigalagala National Polytechnic, Nyaore Vocational and Technical College, Mawego Institute of Technology. Those ones were competing in the Department of Building and Civil Engineering. Under Hospitality Department, yesterday we had the following: fruit cutting and presentation, facial makeup, birthday cake decoration. And we had Mawego, once again, Kisii National Polytechnic, Vera Beauty College, both Nairobi and Nakuru campuses, Sigalagala National Polytechnic, Keroka Technical Institute, and Manyansi. And a mechanical department, automotive section, they were doing replacement of cylinder head valve seals. And we had two institutions, Kisii National Polytechnic and Mawego, competing. Health Science Department, they had 3 items: preparation of Whitefield ointment. This is an ointment that treats fungal infections. We also had preparation of normal saline. And we also had extraction of ginger and aloe vera juice. And the institutions that presented their items include the Kisii National Polytechnic, Keroka Technical Institute, Siaya Institute of Technology, Sigalagala National Polytechnic. And applied science, precisely food science technology, they were preparing butter. And we had Sigalagala, KNP, and Mawego. Karibu sana, our principals, our guests who are arriving, you're welcome. This event has been sponsored by a number of institutions. We sincerely thank you, and they include the following: the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Equity Bank, Absa Bank, the Cooperative Bank of Kenya, Dr. Mattress, the Kisii County Government, Insurance Regulatory Authority, Micro and Small Enterprise Authority, MSEA, Gusii Mwalimu Sacco, wa Kenya Pamoja Sacco, County Pension Fund, the Camel Park Hotel, Kenya Export Promotion Agency, and partners logos. Our sponsors, we appreciate you and we thank you very much. Karibu sana wageni wetu, na wale ambao bado wanakaa pale nje, mnaombwa mketi ili tuanze. Research paper presentations is about to begin. They are making the last minute arrangements. And to the left-hand side of this tent, or to the right-hand side as you come in, we have exhibition tents. You're welcome to visit those tents. There are innovations there which are being displayed. You are invited to visit those tents, but do not crowd. Remember the COVID-19 rules and protocols. Please keep distance. We have various points where you can wash your hands. We also have sanitizers placed at strategic points. Please remember to sanitize. Don't shake hands, don't hug, salute each other. Welcome, DJ.
That neighbor who was with you on the plane is the one who took you to New York. I came a drunkard. I started to drink whiskey. Johnny Walker. Now Johnny Walker walking now on my head, on my body. I love you, my baby. Please, come back, you love me.
Leave me alone.
Come back, you love me.
This is just a waste of time.
You know that I love you.
I want to be free.
You know that you love me. I come crazy because of you. My brother, leave that girl. You know that she loves you just because of your money. Shut up. I love her. It's not your problem. I say Elizabeth, but where you go? I say sweet Elizabeth, but where you go? Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Every hustler getting paid. Where the hustle go come to pay. Your own inaugural. Amen. If you don't find work, do your own. God self go do his own. And flesh go cover bone. Amen. Amen. If you believe it, say amen. If you believe it, say amen. If you believe it, say amen. Amen. Open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Sister, where one man sees until where they find begin. One day you go born twins. Amen. Amen. They're not wait on losing job. Landlord come they do like God. One day you go be landlord. Amen. Amen. Good news go locate you. Watch and see inaugural. If you believe it, say amen. No. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen. Amen. Long life go follow you. Strangers go favor you. Great men go honor you. Amen. Amen. One day you go sign the check. Oh. You self go drive that Benz. Oh. This life go still make sense. Oh. Amen. Your children go make you proud. Oh. Bad people no go pull you down. No. One day you go run this town. Oh. Amen. Amen. You self go spray me money. Baby go call you honey. You self go host the party. Amen. Amen. Dangote go be your friend. Otedola go be your friend. Adenuga go be your guy. Amen. Amen. Elubelu go be your guy. Abdusamad go be my guy. Rabbi you go be my guy. Amen. Your life no go end in shame. Your business go bring you gain. If you believe it, say amen. 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 Amen.
Nimekupata Yesu, nimepata yote.
busara na amani, upendo wake mbingu pekee ulio bora. Natamani nitembee katika upendo wa Bwana, upendo ule wa dhati, upendo
na kukaribisha Bwana uyatawale maisha yetu ya kila siku, tufundishe kupanda mbegu za upendo wa dhati, mwisho wa nyakati
tuweze kuvuna matunda ya ukamilifu.
kamilisha upendo wa waliooana, dumisha ndoa zao, furaha itawale. Wana pembeni za unyonge na udhaifu wao,
Familia iwe mwanga wa mbingu kuu. Natamani nitembee katika upendo wa Bwana, upendo ule wa dhati, upendo usiobagua, upendo uletao hekima, busara na amani, upendo wake mbingu pekee ulio bora. Natamani nitembee katika upendo wa Bwana, upendo ule wa dhati, upendo usiobagua, upendo uletao hekima, busara na amani, upendo wake mbingu pekee ulio bora.
The grand reopening of Italian football.
You can go anywhere in the world, but nobody feels football like we do.
nifundishe kunyamaza, nifundishe kunyamaza, nisijejibu nikakukosea Mungu. Nifundishe kunyamaza, nifundishe kunyamaza, nisijejibu nikakukosea Mungu. Wewe Baba, wewe ni mwalimu mwema. Wewe Mungu, wewe ni mwalimu mwema. Niko darasani kwako Masia, Baba naomba nifundishe kunyamaza. Niko katika kipindi hiki Bwana, naomba nifundishe kunyamaza. Natamani kunyamaza, lakini si rahisi. Nifundishe kunyamaza. Natamani kunyamaza Masia, naomba nifundishe kunyamaza. Yapo mengi mambo yanayoweza fanya niseme, yapo mazingira yanayoweza fanya nijibu nikakosea. Kwa maisha tunayoishi, naomba nifundishe kunyamaza, kwani nayo yasikia kila siku. Bwana nifundishe kunyamaza, kwani nayo yaona kila siku. E Baba nifundishe kunyamaza. wapo wanaoweza fanya nipambane, nipambane. Yapo yanayoweza fanya nishindane, nishindane. Bila neema ya kunyamaza naweza jikuta ninajibu vibaya. Bila neema ya kunyamaza naweza jikuta ninasema vibaya. We Yesu wewe, naomba nifundishe kunyamaza. We Baba wewe, naomba nifundishe kunyamaza. Kwa macho nimeona mengi, naomba nifundishe kunyamaza. Kwa vinywa nimenenewa mengi, naomba nifundishe kunyamaza. Kwa masikio nimesikia mengi, Bwana nifundishe kunyamaza. Oh, wewe Baba,
DJ. Wageni wetu mashuhuri, tunazidi kuwakaribisha. Wale ambao tayari wamekwisha fika, tayari chukweni viti, mketi, karibuni sana, jisikie mko nyumbani hapa KNP, the Kisii National Polytechnic, an institution which was founded way back in 1971 as Kisii Institute of Technology and elevated to the national status in 2016. You are welcome. I want to welcome the presenters in this order: Robert Onchuru Mongare. I don't know whether you are in. Robert Onchuru Mongare, followed by Godna Buari. As we wait for the guest of honor, the two will present their papers as you have been advised. The two, if you are ready, you are welcome. And the scouts, those who are making arrangements, kindly, you will do it without any hitch. Dr. Tom. Robert Onchuru, you're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Now feel most welcome. Feel most welcome to the inaugural international conference of Kisii National Polytechnic. So we want to start our program, and like to usher in Mr. Magara so that he can start us with a word of prayer.
Can we all rise up for a word of prayer? Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, thank you because you love us. Thank you because of this morning that we have assembled here in Kisii National Polytechnic in our first interdisciplinary international conference. Thank you because of our guests. We now come before your throne so that you can give us the grace and the favor as we continue with the program. Lord, let your Holy Spirit guide us. And we pray, Jehovah, that you give journey mercies for our guests who we are waiting.
so that we can continue. Thank you, Lord, because you are with us. It is in Jesus' mighty name we pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you very much. So feel most welcome. So first item on our program today will be paper presentation. And we are going to have the following presenting their papers. So get ready, presenters get ready in this order. The first one will be Lopat Onchuru Magale, who is already here. The next will be followed by Wodna Bwali. Next, Evans Onyango, followed by Kennedy Marunga. Then we have Muia Ngaruia, Lopat Ngado, and then Bedi Oganda, Betty Oganda. Will complete the first 7 presentations. So the presenter will present, and all the presentations are going to be assessed in terms of their paper strength. And we have our judges here in the front row. They will judge each presentation so that at the end of all presentations, all papers will be ranked and the first 3 will be awarded. So for the presenters, make sure after you have presented your paper here, you have to submit a hard copy or a soft copy of your full paper to our judges for evaluation as well. So don't go minus submitting the copies to our judges. So let me usher in the first presenter. Will take 10 minutes to present, and then after that, we'll have a session of another 10 minutes to have an interaction with the presenter. So, Mr. Robert Onchuru, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, all. Please project my presentation. Yes, welcome to my presentation on optical properties of cadmium nickel sulfide tin films, that is for solar PV technology, that is photovoltaic technology, deposited by chemical path deposition. My name, as you have heard, is Magare Robert Onchuru, and my institution of affiliation is Coast Institute of Technology. Welcome. That will be my outline. I'll go through from introduction to conclusion to recommendations. Next. On introduction, when we talk about the PV technology, the major mission of the scientists researching on this PV technology, that is for green energy, is to enhance the efficiency of the fabricated solar cell devices, which might comprise of quite a number of materials, and it needs to use the innovative materials that constitute of a good optoelectronic properties that can assist in the energy conversion. You know, basically a solar cell is it transduces the solar energy to electrical energy. So at the same time, in this one, there's a great consideration on environmental sustainability and the cost effectiveness. That was done by with other researchers, 2017. The use of the conventional crystalline silicon has been so expensive as opposed to this new generation. We are on the 3rd generation on innovation. Equally, according to the Fang and others in 2011, there is on USA Department of Energy, solar energy should only be economically feasible for large-scale production if the price can be reduced to the sterling dollars of 0.33 per watt peak. Equally, little information have been given on this semiconductor, that is the cadmium nickel sulfide thin films. Next. So my objectives of the study were, the main objective was to prepare and optically characterize these films, thin films, and the specific objectives were to determine the optical properties of the cadmium nickel sulfide thin films, and equally to determine the optical effect of annealing, that is after the fabrication. Next. So on methodology, materials and methodology, on the deposition of these thin films, this method of chemical path deposition was employed. As you can see, we have a temperature probe there. We have the magnetic stellar. We have the heating element, and it was done at 70 degrees Celsius. And the precursor solutions are as shown. We had, I was using the cadmium chloride, nickel chloride, that is the precursor solution for nickel, and acetone as the precursor solution for sulfide. And then the hydrochloric acid was being used as a compressing agent. Next. On the optical characterization, so the optical characterization was done by initially feeding the DUV, the computerized solid spectrophotometer, 3,700 DUV Shimashu, and then this Shimashu, you feed it with the spectra. You can have the transmittance spectra, you can have absorbance spectra, and you can equally have the reflectance spectra. For my research, I was using the transmittance spectra, and the one on the right, it's the Lindbergh. The Lindbergh can do annealing from 0 to 1,500, and you can even have a vacuum, or you can passivate your films from the other end as you do the annealing. Equation 1, which has the absorption coefficient, was used during that after obtaining the spectra for the transmittance. Equation 2 was used to ascertain and obtain the band energy level. That is an equation, the tau correlation equation. And the other one was used to, when you are determining the reflectance of the thin films. And once you get the spectra from the DUV machine, the spectra data was used to plot that graph, but I used the Scout or the Origin 7, the software which does the graphing and analysis to plot that spectra, that is for transmittance for this film. Huh? And I took 7 samples, and for those samples, as you can see, the wavelength increases as you move from 300. The range was from 300 to 1,100, which is very crucial when you talk about the conversion for solar cells from near infrared to UV, that is ultraviolet. Next. On annealing, after annealing on the samples, I was trying to compare on the effect of annealing, and I took 3 samples, that is for as deposited and deposited, and it was realized that from the graphing, the annealing did show a decrease in transmittance, and this one can be attributed to the electrolyzation and the decomposition of the film in the process of annealing using the Lindbergh machine. Next. On the band gap, Actually, the essence of doing this optical characterization is to determine the optical, the energy optical band gap, which can enable you to conclude whether it can be used as a window layer for PFI technology. And after obtaining the spectra using the DUF machine, I had to use the Scout software. A Scout software is a software whereby we have a bank of data for various experiments which have been done on the conversion, the transmittance, reflectance, and absorbance, whereby once you feed, like for this case, it was fed, I used the transmittance spectra to determine that, and after simulating it with the software, that is the Scout software, I had to realize the band gap, that is the x-intercept, and this x-intercept, you can only realize it once you extrapolate the linear part as shown in the graph. So that gave a band gap of around 3.0 electron volts. Next. This is a summary of the optical characterization for the film for all the samples, and it was realized that for the as deposited and the anneal and the passivated using nitrogen, there was a reduction of the band gap from as deposited as you anneal it, and after annealing, you passivate it, the band gap increases. What actually it means that this range, like for the acid deposited of 3.49 to 2.55 with the errors, means that it's more transparent. It's optically transparent for the incoming light. Next. So in conclusion, this film gave an average transmittance, as you have seen in the generated graph. It was 69.5 in the ultraviolet region. And the reflectance was less than 2.24%, which shows it can be used as the window layer for that. And the energy gap range for the has grown, and the anneal samples the range was 2.55 to 3.49 electron volts and 2.5 to 3.42 for the anneal samples. So it was a reduction on the same. And the reduction was due to the recrystallization and decomposition of the thin layer for the solar cell. And for the passivated samples, there was a slight increase. This can be attributed to the increase of the ions in due course of passivation with nitrogen. And from the trend, it gave a range of 2.53 to 3.46 electron volts. So if you compare these values with what have been done with data researchers, of course, they were using some other method, but they didn't even check on the effect of this annealing. It can be concluded that 2.94 to 3.49 is very good for optical transparency. And these values can really compare well with the values obtained by other researchers. So it can be used as a window layer for PFI technology, even for smart windows, Next. So, the last. So on the recommendations, maybe some other methods of film deposition can be explored to compare the results with these of CBD, that is the chemical pathway deposition, and some analysis, that is the energy diffractive analysis, can also be done to see the composition of these films. Equally, the X-ray diffraction machine can be employed to do to find out the first angle for these films. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. It's now time to welcome reactions from the audience. Reactions from the audience, young man.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Now I'm glad to note that the product that you eventually came up with as similar reflectance as what has been obtained before. I think at the beginning I heard you talk about the fact that one of the hindrances in the use of this solar technology has been the cost. I just wanted for you to tell us when you use this CPD, the chemical pathway deposition, what is the likely possibility that it will reduce the costs to the accepted levels? Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for a nice presentation. I've got 3 questions I would like you to address. I request that you state the deposition temperature you used during your deposition of your samples. You also stated the reason why you prefer the CPD compared to other deposition techniques. And 3, is there a way you can minimize reflectance to be below maybe 420 or 10? And lastly, how can you confirm that your samples contain the actual elements you proposed? Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for the presentation. Just maybe a clarification. Is there a justifiable reason as to why you've limited your specific objectives to 2?
Thank you very much for raising those concerns. So we give this chance to the presenter to respond.
Thank you for your questions, and maybe allow me to react to them. The first one was on the cost of employing this chemical pathway deposition to do the deposition. And as you know that chemical pathway deposition, if from the diagram, the setup I was using just the normal heating plates, which is usually found in almost all institutions in Kenya. Most of the thin films which have been deposited elsewhere, like the one we have been using all along, that is for the silicon, they have been using what we call sputtering machines, And you know, sputtering machines, I think the minimum it can go is around, the latest one that it was last year was around 3.7 million. The same thing we have another deposition method known as atomic layer deposition, which is relatively expensive to this one. So if we adopt this one, it's relatively cheaper as opposed to these other methods of deposition. And on the deposition temperature, as the figure was indicating, in fact, I was using a deposition temperature of 70 degrees Celsius throughout the deposition of the samples. And on the reflectance, the reflectance I was using, the maximum was giving 24%, but there's some samples were giving me, I think 3 were giving 15%. And if you compare with what has been found with other researchers, these reflectance is not all that big. But if you realize from the passivation, when you passivate, the transmittance tends to be more optically transparent, but I didn't indicate for the reflectance diminished, became low and low. So which means with the passivation, if you passivate it, then it's likely to reduce the reflectance. And how can I know the elements and the composition of the films? Of course, I was doing it. Like during an airing, I was employing the vacuum tube minimite. So to know the actual composition of this one, and that is why I was even recommending you can, somebody can do the energy dispersive, use the energy dispersive spectroscopy to find the analysis and the composition, even XRD for the same, so that you can realize the composition of the filling. The objectives I took was just one, and one with specific objectives. As per this presentation, I realized that they meet the threshold for this research. So after that, electrical can be done, electrical characterization, and this electrical characterization can be done for the 3 films as he deposited the anneal and the last one, which was on passivation. So I realized that from my side, the objective was just enough for this kind of research. Thank you so much. Unless we have another question on the same.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Because of time, we have to assign the next presenter, but we can continue interacting with the presenter outside the podium here for more clarifications, more other things on how to actualize whatever is done. So next, we thank you very much for the presentation, brother. Next, let's have God Nabwari. God Nabwari seems is not in. The next, let's have Evans Onyango presenting. Evans Onyango. Evans Onyango. Seemingly not in again. Let's have Kenneth Marunga presenting. Kenneth Marunga. What's happening? Muyangaruya. Muyangaruya. Ngawia presenting as we wait for those others to come.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mohi Ngaruya from Coast Institute of Technology. I'm here to present a paper which is in the field of renewable energy. My area of specialization is physics in renewable energy, where I'm waiting for the slides to be uploaded. So meanwhile, I'm saying my area of specialization is renewable energy, where I do research in solar energy harvesting and thermal storage devices. And in my paper is titled Design and Fabrication of Thermal Compensated Solar Water Heater from Recycled Motor Vehicle Radiators. So as per introduction, I have a particular interest in energy storage devices. And the main idea is actually a concept paper, or rather work in progress. So as I present, you'll observe that I'll be talking of what will be done and what will be expected. So if you can move on to the next slide. The background of this is the observation that the world population is overstretching the finite energy resources, and the resources cannot be replenished as fast as the biomass and fossil fuels are being demanded. And there is also the need to mitigate environmental pollution by CO2. And it's an observation that in Kenya, there is a high insolation rate, even compared to other regions in the world that are outside the equatorial region. So there is enough and reliable solar energy within the tropics and within the equatorial region in which our country lies. We can move on. Now, when you compare countries that are outside the equatorial region, like the USA, we find that they have exploited solar energy to a great percent of about 7%. While in Kenya, if we roll to the next slide, if we compare to a scenario in Kenya, the renewable energy resources are utilized at about 1%, which is a very low exploitation of renewable and solar energy in particular. You can roll over. Now, when we consider diurnal variations or daily variations of the global solar radiation, we see that during interludes of cloudy interludes where we have variation, I mean, the intensity of solar radiation varies from morning to around noon time. But when there is rainfall, when there is cloudy weather, there is fluctuation of the solar energy that is expected to be harvested. That becomes a challenge in harvesting solar energy radiation because of the variations and fluctuations of the harvest, the solar energy harvest. That becomes a challenge, and that's one of the challenges that I want to address in the concept that I'm demonstrating. Moving on to the next slide. In an earlier experiment involving a compensated and uncompensated solar collector, it was observed that from the graphs, it was observed that the solar radiation would vary and there would be swings of energy output because of variation. But with the compensated solar collector, there was some kind of smoothening. There was, the curve was smoothening so that in the absence of solar radiation, then there would be a backup from some thermal storage component in form of sensible heat storage, in the form of the heat, latent heat of fusion and so on. The next slide, please. So my idea is to bring a temporary thermal storage. There should be a slide there demonstrating the methods, the objectives, the justification. Whoever is uploading. Sorry. Okay. As we wait for the slides to be mounted, I was saying that the idea to overcome the challenge of the unsteady or fluctuating solar energy output will be addressed by having some substrate material made of vermiculite clay mixed with the cement, mortar cement, and then covered with in a box, covered with a glass panel, with a glass pane, so that the solar energy will be kind of temporarily stored within that substrate material, which has got a higher specific heat capacity compared to the glassware and other substrate materials that are used for solar thermal energy collection. So during interludes of cloudy weather, then there would be the flow of fluid. The heat transfer fluid will be flowing. And then during the absence of solar energy, then the substrate material would compensate to store. That is the one we are referring to as the thermal compensator. So the working fluid will then transfer the same heat through a heat exchanger, which will be operated by two pumps synchronized to cause the water to flow. The hot working fluid will transfer the heat to the cold incoming fluid. I wish the slides were there, but you can imagine what would be happening is a heat transfer mechanism from the hot transfer, fluid transfer, hot fluid transfer the heat to the incoming cold water. Then the water would be reserved in a water storage reservoir, which is made, which is designed more or less like a vacuum flask, which will be constructed by igniting magnesium ribbon in a cavity which is sealed and airtight. The magnesium ribbon will be ignited, and it will burn according to the combustion, the equation of combustion of magnesium in oxygen will give magnesium oxide. And the burning of magnesium also in air will consume nitrogen, which is about 78% composition of the atmosphere. So the creation of vacuum will be such that we can achieve a 99% vacuum as an insulation for the water storage reservoir, the hot water storage. So the idea is to ignite the magnesium ribbon using a high voltage, not so high voltage, but about 12 volt battery would ignite the magnesium ribbon inside the cavity. The diagrams will show that. And then the reservoir would be a 99% vacuum and a very good heat preservation. So that heat now can be used around the clock, 24 hours in hospitals, in schools, in hotels, in military barracks, wherever the end use of hot water is required for cleaning, for washing, even for sanitary purposes. So my recommendation in that concept is to utilize locally available materials. I should have mentioned that we'll be using radiators, car radiators, obsolete car radiators, because the advent of electrical and hybrid vehicles will see a lot of discarding of motor vehicle radiators. And why I use the motor vehicle radiators is because motor vehicle radiator is a black body property. The characteristics of the motor vehicle radiator is that it's a good absorber and a good emitter. So the radiators will be able to absorb a lot of solar energy, and then it will be able to be it will make a very good solar harvester. Now the slides are up there. In the justification, we see that we shall use cheap and readily available construction materials, and that will reduce the installation cost. And use of hot water storage reduces electricity and fuel expenditure, and this will mitigate the carbon dioxide emission for sustainable environment. That is the justification. So the general objective, as I said, is to design and fabricate a solar water heater with a thermocompensator. The aspect of thermocompensator is to overcome the challenge of fluctuations during interludes of cold weather or interludes of cloudy sessions. That's the general objective. I can roll over. In the specific objectives, two of them, to fabricate a solar collector with temporary thermal storage that gives a steady energy output, and to design a highly efficient hot water storage tank is the one I was talking about. A vacuum is designed like a vacuum flask cavity, which will be made of, the vacuum of which will be achieved by burning magnesium. You can roll over. In the materials and methods, I've talked about the area of study. We are in the tropics, and therefore this project can work anywhere within our African context. And fabrication of solar thermal collector will use the materials which are available, locally available and cheap. The timber, the vermiculite clay is the clay that is used for holding charcoal in the energy saving jikos that we are familiar with in our homes. So that clay will come as a substrate that will have thermal storage for compensation. So the rest of the materials are old motor vehicle radiators, some driving motors for pumping the fluid. They'll be operated by a solar cell. There are silicon sealants and so on. The procedure is to make a box and to put the substrate in form of vermiculite clay mixed with the mortar, and then to be compacted and leaving space for fixing the array of radiators as in the diagrams. If you can go to the diagrams. The diagram will explain the procedure. It's laying the radiators, like 3 of them in series or as many as that are available, and then they will be covered with a glass pane to act as a heat trap, and the radiators being black body properties will enhance absorption of solar thermal energy. And then the vermiculite clay is meant to have a temporary thermal storage by the concept of heat capacity. We can move on. The heat exchanger is simply the ordinary type where hot working fluid will come in, and the cold water will come in to absorb the heat flowing in the countercurrent direction, and the hot water will now be directed to the hot water reservoir. We can go on. The fabrication of the hot water storage is the concept I was describing, maybe better through a diagram. Because there's a lot of literature, but the diagram is much simpler to understand. We have a coil, which is an aluminum ribbon foil, actually a filament made of magnesium, which will be ignited by a 12 DC pack, and it will be placed inside the airtight cavity, similar to what you have in a thermos flask. Then once it is ignited, magnesium will burn in air to form magnesium oxide and magnesium nitride. So meaning oxygen and nitrogen will be consumed, and therefore 78% plus 23%, 21% plus 78% of nitrogen will be consumed, and you will have been left with the only residual gases about 1%. If we look at the equations of reactions, the next page is what is describing how magnesium burns in the atmosphere. It consumes the two atmospheric gases which are abundant in the atmosphere, oxygen and nitrogen. So by burning that magnesium filament, we'll have, consumed the oxygen and nitrogen, and you'll be left with we'll be able to achieve almost 99% vacuum. And that will be a very good and efficient insulation method. And therefore that reservoir tank can hold the hot liquid for many hours. And the expectation is that it can hold the hot water for 24 hours. So moving on, that is the complete water system assembly, where there is the solar thermal collector and the flow mechanism until the double wall hot water reservoir, which is made in the design of a vacuum flask. In conclusion, this paper is meant to seek a way of stabilizing energy output of solar energy devices that make it compatible with the conventional energy sources. So the problem of erratic power output of solar harvesters can be reduced by using thermocompensated designs, and the proposed modifications of solar water heater by using recycled motor vehicle radiators can give a high efficiency in the overall and contributing to mitigation of environmental degradation by pollutant gases. So the vacuum thermal storage device will by far outperform insulation and glass fiber lagging, which are commonly used in preventing heat losses. So that is the references, some of the references, and thank you so much for your listening.
Thank you very much for that good presentation. Let us give him a clap, a good clap for a good presentation. Let us get ready. One, go. Let us get ready. Go. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. We are going to allow 3 reactions from the listeners, so that from there we can move ahead to other presentations. 3 reactions. Any reaction? Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask about how often do you replace the burnt magnesium, and don't you think it will be a tedious process? 2, you say that it improves efficiency. What do you mean by high efficiency? Did you quantify it? And what is the source of the 12 volts that's used to burn the magnesium ribbon? And then finally, getting 3 old car radiators, how effective is it that you can get 3 at one particular time? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to ask about how do you determine the size of solar you use? The size of the solar you use in the experiment, how do you determine it?
Thank you. We'll take those 2. So let us have the presenter giving a response to those reactions.
Okay, thank you so much for your concerns. The first question is about how to remove the magnesium ribbon or filament after the ignition. So okay, the diagram is not there, but there would be no need of removing the ashes because once magnesium ribbon has burnt, there will be the residual magnesium oxide ash, magnesium nitride ash, until remain there occupying negligible volume. And therefore, most of the volume in that cavity will be empty. It will be a partial vacuum. So there will be no need of removing it because the idea is to provide an insulation. Ordinarily, the heat storage, water storage reservoirs, the hot water reservoirs are usually lagged or insulated using glass fiber, using some jackets of cotton. Those are main materials that are used for lagging purposes. But we know that vacuum is the best insulator. Every material has got its percentage of conductivity, but vacuum has zero conductivity. So it will act as the best insulator to preserve heat losses. You also asked about the source of DC. The DC current of 12 volts can be supplied using a motor vehicle battery or even a DC pack. 12 volts will be enough to burn just amount of voltage that will be enough to ignite, which will have already been tested. How much voltage can be enough to burn the coil. And just to ignite it in the air, it will catch fire and burn according to the equations which were presented there on the slides. That was the source of DC. And the other question was, what guarantee would be there that you can get 3 odd motor vehicles at the same time? I mean, they are available. In fact, they are almost everywhere thrown about. And the advent of hybrid vehicles and electrical vehicles, we'll see, those vehicles will not be using radiators, are used to cool internal combustion engines. But when you're using motors, the radiators will not be useful anymore. So projecting in the future, we'll expect or we'll find a lot of discarding of such motor vehicle radiators. And therefore they can be recycled and used for harvesting of solar thermal energy. The last person has asked about the size of solar use. The size of solar use, I really did not understand that question. The size of solar, about the size actually, of course, will be proportional to the harvester. Because this is a continuous flow. It will be a flow of hot water being reserved in a tank. So it is a cycle. So the volume will just be proportional to the solar harvesting device. And of course, if it is intended for an institution, then they will require a series of, if it is an institution, you require many radiators. If it is a homestead, then even two or three motor vehicle radiators can be enough to harvest. I mean, to have the water, hot water tank of a few liters, even to 100 liters, depending on the size of the institution or the end use for that matter. I think I'm done.
Thank you very much. We'll continue interacting with the presenter after he sat down, and make sure your full paper should be given to these judges here so that they can do their evaluation. Next, next, let's have our next presenter is Godna Buali. And this one will be followed by Evans Onyango. Godna Buali, then Evans Onyango.
Good morning. I'm Godina Buali from Kisii National Polytechnic. I'm going to present a paper on determinants determining the compliance of COVID-19 mitigation measures in Kisii town. So the COVID-19 has been an issue in Kisii town and the country in large because it's a pandemic and it has no treatment measures. So in that case, that's why I decided to come up with the research so that I can know on the compliance to various mitigation measures in order to prevent the spread of COVID-19. So this COVID-19 was declared a pandemic in the year 2020, the month of March on 11th, as a pandemic in Kenya, which led to closure of various institutions, market centers, and the prohibition of selling of various products, including non-food products, closure of various hotels and bars and restaurants, so that we can prevent the spread of COVID-19. Among these mitigation measures, the study approved that people are not compliant with the mitigation measures to COVID-19. And that's why we have come up with the study to know why people are not complying with the mitigation measures to COVID-19. Among the mitigation measures to COVID-19 is use of masks, washing of hands, keeping of social distancing, which was an issue during the study. Most of the people in Kisii town do not comply with the mitigation measures. They are in clusters. And that's why in chapter 3, we have used the cluster sampling method because of that issue. Yeah, so the kind of method which was used was a cross-sectional survey, which intended to know why people are not complying with COVID-19 mitigation measures. So the kind of sampling technique was a cluster sampling, because it was observed that in Kisii town, people are always in clusters discussing some pet issues, which has led to the continuous spread of the disease. Then data was collected by interviewing those clusters in various groups who became inclusion criteria. So the samples were distributed in this manner. 70 samples were obtained from Darachambiri market, in town center, 55, in stations, 50, Chopi's pass station, 60 were involved in the study. Then we have Taski's pass station, having 60 participants, leading to a total population size of 295. Yeah, now these are the results to compliance, to mitigation measures. Now we are seeing the institutions have got the highest compliance compared to other social gatherings like in the market centers, meaning that these mitigation measures are not complied in such areas. Then when I inquired to know the reasons why there is non-compliance, some responded that COVID-19 is not in existence with the percentage of 57. Then others were saying that they could not afford masks in Kisii town, and that's why they are not wearing masks. Those ones in the marketplaces did not comply to non-selling of these non-food products like clothes, like second-hand clothes, which are suspected to be having some virus in it. Yeah, now in conclusion, when we corrected all the data from the respondents, near half of the study participants had poor compliance towards COVID-19 mitigation measures. Poverty was also found to affect compliance to mitigation measures because some could not afford staying at home without selling second-hand clothes. And finally, they were forced to be sneaking some second-hand clothes for selling so that they can earn their living. Therefore, it is crucial to track adherence responses towards COVID-19 preventive measures. Then we scale up community awareness of COVID-19 preventive measures so that everybody is aware that COVID is on the rampant spread, and it's a contagious disease which can spread very fast from one person to another. So when they are aware, knowledge is power. They can be empowered through the knowledge, and finally be in a position of taking care of themselves. Right now, when we quote from some scholars, we say that health is a personal responsibility. So once they have known that health is their personal responsibility, every resident in Kisii town will be having that in mind so that they take health as their personal responsibility as we prevent the spread of COVID-19 in Kisii town. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. We now welcome reactions from the audience. Any queries? 3 of them at most. So we'll start from the far end.
Okay, thank you. My name is Omondi Robert. I just wanted to ask a small question because from the presenter, she had 90 respondents. And what I was wondering, what was the sample size, the minimum sample size for this study? And how did you calculate it? Because this was a cross-sectional survey. Yeah, it has not come out clearly. Yeah. How did you come out of it? I'm not asking of the target population, but I just want you to tell me the minimum sample size, how you calculated it, so that this research is not biased. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Governor, for the presentation. A concern relates to correction of information, the way you went about getting the information and data from the sample. Did you manage to correct information from the Ministry of Health? Do you get anything from there as far as mitigation measures are concerned? Why I'm asking is because your study is basically anchored on cross-sectional survey.
Last one on their side.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Peterson Nyachwaya from the Kenya Export Promotion and Planning Agency. But my question to you, the presenter, is on her recommendations. That this is a global phenomenon, and if it's not well tamed, it's going to wipe out even those that you sampled. I would have expected you to have proposed to the county management, security teams, to institute measures that will enforce compliance, such that we protect our own people, because those are the people that we rely on for productive activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those concerns, so let us get them responded by the presenter.
Yeah, I'm responding by sample size determination. It was done by Fisher et al. Formula, whereby the population of Kisii town was determined. And finally, a cluster sampling method was used now to gather the samples. And finally, I was able to get 295 population to be my respondents in the study. Next is if I inquired from Earth Institution. Personally, I'm a public health officer. I'm allowed to practice. I interacted with the public health officers in the county and inquired from them, and they got information that non-compliance is an issue in the Kisii County and the country at large. And finally, worldwide, that's an issue. Concerning recommendations, once I'm recommending to create awareness, it means that the county government must chip in so that it can recruit several public health officers whose intention is to prevent. Their function is preventive and not curative. And once they have been recruited, it means that they can create awareness to the people in Kisii County and other stakeholders so that we can prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Thank you for that presentation. As it were, we'll continue with the interactions with the presenter to enrich that study and also to suggest on how we should go forward. Next presenter is Evans Onyango. Are you present? Evans? Yes.
Good.
Oh. Okay. So. Okay. We'll have this one as the last presenter for this session because the feasters have already arrived so that we can continue with the other program. So you know how to utilize time.
Good morning. As I wait for my slides. Well, I'm Evans Onyango from the Kisii National Polytechnic. And I'm going to make a presentation on human kinetic off-grid green power supply system. It is not a study, but rather a project report because it is a project that we've fabricated, we designed at the Kisii National Polytechnic and fabricated the same. So it would not take the normal structure of a study, but it is a report. I must also give gratitude to the trainees that we worked with because it was a concerted effort between the trainer and the trainee. Well, I'm presenting these under the sub-theme environmental sustainability. On my background, you know, the industrial revolution is here with us. We are moving to almost industry 5.0. It is a good thing. It has given us the prosperity that we need. It has moved us forward. But again, at the same time, it has its own issues. One of the main problems is the huge energy demand. So energy has become an issue. And to get this energy, unfortunately, we've resorted to energy sources that are not green. When I talk about green, or renewable, then these are energy sources that do not impact negatively on the environment. Unfortunately, the cheapest is fossil fuel, and it is not the best. Now, when you talk about the energy demand, that is the total world energy demand. And as you can see, the projections are that by 2030, we'll be approaching 25 terawatts, the word tera. And that is a huge demand. We cannot satisfy this demand from the fossil fuels. These fuels, as we've agreed, they impact negatively on the environment. Now, of those energy mix, see where the fossil is: oil, gas, coal. You combine that, then you are going in the wrong direction. Nuclear is there, we'll not talk about that, it has its own issues, but my concern is the low intake of renewable energy. And that's what we want to work on. Now, the impact of fossil fuel, you know, currently we have flooding in Europe. We saw what was happening. It is something that was never expected would happen in Europe. The climate, the change is here with us. If you're not careful, then it will not only affect our development, but it even threatens our very own existence. So we must find a way of not only looking at solving these, but also preserving this Mother Earth for the coming generations. Otherwise, they'll not have anything to call home, and they'll never forgive us for that. So that was the energy gap I was talking about. By 2050, the gap will have risen to 14 terawatts. Now, let us get to the perspective. Let us understand what a terawatt is. Olkaria Dam, from phase 1 to phase 4, they give us 280 megawatts. Takwel, the largest in the country, gives us 106 megawatts. So you can do the maths and see how many Takwels would be equivalent to 14 terawatts. That is the gap that you're projecting by 2050. So it is not a joke. It is a big thing that must be sorted. So to mitigate against these issues, then we need to turn green. It is good that you're making efforts in that direction. The presenter that came before us was looking at how to look at solar and make it more efficient. That is the direction that we need to take. So our project also adds to that effort. So we've already defined what a renewable source of energy is a source that does not deplete the environment. It does not affect our environment. There are a number of renewable energy sources. There is solar, there is wind, there are the energy from the tides or tidal waves. We have geothermal, we have hydroelectric, and we also have biomass. Now, just go backwards a bit. Now, the main problem with hydroelectric, you know, it depends on the climate, the weather that we are destroying. So it is not the best bet yet. So we need to look at other means that can also supplement that. Now, it is in recognition of all this problem that we've decided to look for an innovative way of scavenging for electrical energy. We call it innovative because, you know, as I'm pacing up and down in this podium, I have some form of energy, kinetic energy, that I'm wasting. Why do I say wasting? It's because it is transferred to the ground. It's not helping us. So we came up with a method of scavenging this kinetic energy. Our imagination is, if we can tap that energy of all of us working and convert it into electrical energy, will have sufficient energy, not to cover that gap, but to make a significant change in the damage that is being caused by fuel from fossil. So the objectives are very simple: to design a human kinetic power generation system. And the second objective is to design and implement a microgrid power supply system. When I talk about a microgrid, I'm not looking at the bigger KPLC national grid. We're looking at smaller units that can be implemented at the consumer's premises. Well, if you can generate more than others, then you could share with your neighbors. But our concern is at the micro level, so that our own institutions can take care of their own needs. They say charity begins at home. So we're looking at that perspective. Of course, the research questions is a replication of the objective, so we'll go through that. Now, the innovation itself, as I've already indicated, we are looking at a way of harnessing or scavenging, allow me to use the word scavenging, that power that we waste when we walk. Next slide, kindly. That is my block diagram. I wanted to explain more because here it's easier for us to understand rather than the text. We're looking at the energy scavenger. So this is a means that we're going to use to extract this energy, to capture this energy. Once we get this energy, then we are going to store it, and we're going to use pneumatic storage. We're going to use air pressure system for the storage. The reasons are very simple. If you want to design a system that can be placed anywhere, even outdoor, where water will not affect you, then air systems were found to be the best. If you had used just the electrical system straight, then you know what they say, electricity and water don't mix. So we decided to go for the air system. Once we get that, just the block diagrams, please. The air system, once we have that air system, then now we can store that energy for future use as an air system. Then we can also, as need arises, convert that air pressure into electrical energy. Once we've converted into electrical energy, it can be used to charge batteries. And that electrical energy can be used later on. The most important thing that I want to mention here is that we are storing this energy in two forms. One as air pressure and two as electrical energy. It is significant because the moment you've overcharged your battery or fully charged your battery, then you cannot charge it beyond that point. So any other energy source that comes in is wasted. So this system, because we're also looking at efficiency, will store our energy source first as air pressure. Use this air pressure to charge the battery. When the battery is full, we don't waste the air that we had already captured. This air is stored in the air storage system. So for the system to work, then we need a control sort of mechanism. And we have now the control system. It's an electronic control mechanism that will be able to look at the voltage of the batteries, their charge state, and decide when to release more air to run the generators to charge the battery more, or when to switch off that tap. Just move on. I've explained all that. Move on. As I said, this is a project that has been designed and fabricated. So that was our prototype. The metal sheet that you see is what you're going to call the scavengers. It will be placed on your pathways. We did this for our gates, for the entrance that was being used by our students. So it is a small unit. But again, the reasons why we do prototypes is for proof of concept that it works. Then when you go to commercialization, then you can scale it up. So just go backwards. The students will be walking as they walk on those metal sheets. Underneath those metal sheets, there are air pumps.
So when a student is walking or a person is walking, then your kinetic energy will be compressing the palms. And what happens? The air is stored in your air storage system. Okay? So it is as simple as inflating a bicycle tire. But now you do this by walking on the whole system. That is how we are going to scavenge for that energy. You can move on. Now, real life applications. Of course, COVID has made this not to be a very nice picture to look at, but it is the reality. So in such scenarios, if you have that kind of system that would tap power from human motion, it will be very effective. And you can imagine what will happen if you have it there. You'll have more than enough energy. That is still real life applications. Let's move on. So in conclusion, what are we saying? We're saying that, as I've said, this is a system that we've designed, we've tested, and it works. So what we are just trying to say is that from that proof of concept, we are appealing to these national and county governments to take these projects upwards. It is a working project, it is implementable, we've seen the real life applications, and it's going to help us a lot, not only to cut down on our bills, but also conserve the environment at the same time. As I've said, it can be employed. Another example, you can use it in your streets, so that when you start lighting the traffic lights and the street lighting, you don't go back to KPLC. You can light that from the energy that is harvested from people walking in those streets. So when you look at the applications, they're just there. And also private entities, schools could do that. Like in our example, we tried that in our gate and it works. So it can work for schools, churches. Imagine if you had one here in this gate, and all these people who've come for this conference, everybody was contributing some energy as they walk. You know, it doesn't cost you anything when you walk, because you'll walk the way you walk always. Eh? If you tap that energy, now we'll be having a lot of energy. Finally, we talked of microgrids. They're the best systems. Let's forget about KPLC. I'm not fighting KPLC. I have no problem with them. Let me declare my interest. But what I'm saying is that these ones have been found to be more efficient for your own energy needs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that wonderful presentation. I want to invite the audience with at least 3 questions or comments before we move ahead. 3.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. When people walk, you say they are converting their kinetic energy to mechanical energy and the final to electrical energy. Can you briefly explain how that conversion, especially from mechanical to kinetic, how kinetic energy is produced? And what is the role of air pressure in the production of electrical energy? And the final, how effective is TVs installed in my home where I stay with my wife only? Thank you.
Okay, a good presentation and a workable project, very, very practical. But my question is, have you considered the limitations in terms of the pressure that can be exerted by the weight of maybe an adult person? Because even when you are pumping a bicycle, there's a limit of pressure. You cannot go beyond a certain pressure using your bicep. You know, you are pumping the bicycle. Even if you are very strong, you reach a limit of pressure whereby you cannot exert more pressure. Now, according to your design of the scavengers, the humans are walking not in pairs, they are walking as single weight people. So have you considered the limit of such pressures which is being exerted by an individual person of an average weight, an average normal human weight?
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I wanted to ask about, I think you made a disclaimer at the end of your presentation, but I wanted to just hear you reiterate on how you're going to combat we know there are cartels on the whole idea of renewable energy, their vested interest in proceeding forward with fossil fuels. How are you going to collaborate with whoever you're going to collaborate with to make sure that this is actually a reality? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. How sustainable is this project? For example, all of us decide to apply and use it. How sustainable is it?
Now let us give the presenter an opportunity to respond in the interest of time, because
Thank you. Actually, I'm humbled by the number of questions. It means we are together on this. We share the concerns about the environment, and you're all looking for solution going forward. Now, I'll try to respond to the issues that have been raised. The first one was on the role of the air pump and the conversion process from kinetic to mechanical, if I got it right. Now, we say that as you walk, there is that, how do I put it, based on your weight, there's that energy that is dispersed downwards. It is this weight that you want to convert into electrical energy. The best way of doing this is actually to find a way of converting kinetic to mechanical. And that was a question that gave us a lot of problems. Will you use spring systems? Will you use a way of converting vertical motion into rotating motion? It was a big issue. So we decided to use air pressure because, the pump, you can pump either way, depending on how you put your valve. If the valve looks outwards, then when you exert pressure in that direction, it pumps air. The air cannot come back because of the valve closes. The valve is a one-way switch. If you reverse that, then you can pump going in the opposite direction. So what this did to us is that you were able to convert the weight into air pressure. Okay, solved our question number one. With what that solved, converting air pressure into kinetic is not hard. You just need a turbine, an air turbine. So the air from the reservoirs is directed into a turbine, and the turbine rotates. So that solved our problem. And that is the main reason why we decided to use an air system. One. Two, as I said, if we just moved from harvester to electrical storage, it reaches a point where the battery is full, but you still have energy. We don't want to waste this energy. So what do? We first store it into an air storage system and only release the air to be used for generation and charging of the battery when the need arises. So that's why we decided to use the air pressure. And that brings me to another question that was asking on limitations of pressure based on human weight. The air storage system has the control mechanism. It's a very dangerous thing if you have an air system that does not have a release valve. It will explode at one point. So you have a control mechanism that is able to ensure that when you reach a given threshold, the highest capacity that is determined by the size of the air reservoirs, then it opens a release valve. So our system will always be safe. As long as you've not reached this point, then you don't have that problem. Now, somebody made a good suggestion that you're just alone with your spouse. Of course, the amount of energy you generate will be negligible. So unfortunately, this system is not designed for such kind of scenarios. You've looked at what I was looking at when you're looking at real life applications, and there are many. But in a home, it will not work well for us. Now, the last question was, we have vested interest. That is true. KPLC will not let you go easy when you evade into their turf. But in my recommendation, it is a recommendation that is addressed to the county and national government. KPLC is a parastatal. If I were KPLC, I would run and take the idea and use it. Like now we've had, they are also trying to do solar installation. They're learning. They can't just be conservative, that they're only dealing with. So if the national government takes it, if KPLC thinks it's the best thing for them to protect their interest, then it will be the best thing. Because our collective concern is to reduce reliance on fossil fuel and save the environment. Whoever implements it is not a big problem. Thank you.
Okay, I want to thank you, Mr. Evans Onyango, for that wonderful presentation. And because there is indications that our visitors are around, I want also to thank the audience for your contributions, the presenters who have been here. And I want to tell you that after the function, we'll continue with these paper presentations after the function. So I want to return this mic to the MC so they can prepare for the guest of honor who is already around.
Thanks so much for listening, and thanks so much for judging, and those who have been presenting. Hongera sana. The guests are in the house, or rather in the compound. As they move around, they're just slightly outside that gate. They will have a stopover at the holding tent for a cup of tea. Then they will proceed through the exhibition tent to this place. The protocol team from the county will be in charge of their seating arrangements, and we request cooperation. Thanks a lot. We may not have so much until they arrive. Sit and wait. Daktari, Dr. Tinega. We can do more. One more.
Okay, thank you. Do we have Kennedy Marunga? Is Kennedy Marunga around? Robert Ngando? Robert? Kennedy? Petty? I know one of those who is ready can come. Yes. So we can continue, but I'm seeing as if the East of Honor is around. But because we are told they have to take tea, you can come and proceed. We will stop once they are here.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Robert Ngado from Kisii National Polytechnic. I'm a trainer in electrical department. Because of the interest of time, I have a presentation on what is called recirculatory aquaculture systems. So you can bring the slides. Okay, thank you. Recirculatory or recirculating aquaculture systems. Actually, all those who have been presenting, the arguments are based on energy, but mine is now on food. You know, when you talk about food now, we perceive it differently. You can go to the next slide because of time. Okay, when I talk about recirculating aquaculture systems, actually, we are coming up with a technology such that we can do fish farming in a closed system. And when I talk about a closed system, okay, let's just go through the slides. Recirculating aquaculture systems is where the farming of fish or the rearing of fish is done in a closed system. Now, if you look at my system and the normal we have, the normal fish pond that you always have, number one, this method of fish farming, you can do it anywhere, irrespective of the land space that you have. Why? Because number one, you will be having different containers in it. As I talk, I want you to move. So why do we recirculate? Number one, we want to conserve water. Number two, permit high density culture in locations where space and or water are limiting. It's also minimizing the volume of influent, facilitating waste recovery. Another one, it allows for increased control over culture environment, especially indoors. Now, if you look at the third last, that is why we decided to come up with this project. For example, if you are within your compound, what you simply need, I will just explain because we made an abstract of this back in the college. What you need to have the containers. When I talk about the containers, we call them the rearing containers. For example, if you have the normal fish pond, like I saw one being constructed there, the normal fish pond that we always have is that it facilitates the growth of one species of fish. But this ours, which is control, it can be used in such a way that you can have different containers serially arranged, as we will see from the block or from the real diagram, where, for example, you want to rear tilapia, will be in container 1. Container 2, you shall be having maybe mudfish and other types of fish. That is the advantage when I talk about, just go back. Yeah, when I talk about allows for increased control over the culture environment, especially indoors. I will explain that later. The second last, we talk about the improved biosecurity. Then it is environmentally sustainable. Why? We don't need to cultivate or to dig the place where we want to build the fish pond. What you simply have, you can decide to use containers. The normal containers, I will talk about that. Or you can decide, even you can also decide to construct some small concrete containers in number. Maybe you can decide to construct 1, 2, 3, or 4, depending on the species of fish that you want to rear. Let's continue. Now, if you look at that analysis, we talk about water reuse rates. For example, if you talk about the open or flow-fill system, I'm assuming you are just doing the normal fish farming in an open without any control system of water. What will happen? The reuse rates will be almost 0 because some water will be allowed to flow and will not recover them. Number 2, when you talk about semi-closed system, that means maybe it is not fully closed. You have a normal fish pond with an outlet, but the water is not recovered. You will find that for that case, the usage will be almost 50%. Then when you talk about the closed system, like the one I'm talking about, there is no water that will go in wastage. Why? Because we shall be having a recycling or a recirculating system where the used water will be allowed to go to the filtration tank. From the filtration tank, we shall be going to the biofiltration tank. Then the process continues. Very first. So those are the application areas. The recirculating system is not only used in fish farming. Those are some of the areas that we can use it. Yes? So that is an example of fish, the scientific hatcheries. At the same time, we have what is called the integrated treatment, an assembly of components that creates an artificial environment suitable for production, breeding, or display for aquatic animals. We are going to see them in the next. Yes? Good. Now, this is the example of what I'm talking about. As you can see, those are the basic components. Number one, we have the tanks. So when I talk about the tanks represent the normal fish pond that you always have. Those are the places or the tanks where we do the fish farming, the normal. And when you talk about the tank, in this our system, you can use as many tanks as possible, depending on the type of fish that you want to rear or grow. For example, if I want to have a tilapia, I will have its container. If I want to have maybe other species of fish, we shall be doing that. Or if you want to have one kind of species in your system, what you will do, you will place them in the containers depending on their sizes. For example, the ones that are almost being harvested will be in another container, followed by the rest. Let's continue. Let's just go back to the, When I talk about number two is the solid filters. Actually, when you have an enclosed system with water system, we expect to have the solid deposits. We expect to have the fish feeds, that is the wastage. We expect to have a lot within the system. Now, why do we require solid filters? Under normal conditions, we can use the available solid filters we have around. We can even use sand. Can help you that because we want to make this thing to be economically viable for someone who is not able to construct those fish ponds. Now, when you talk about the solid filters, they work, as you can see the cycle, The animal feeds shall be filtered in that case. And we are assuming this system is recirculating. And when I talk about the recirculation, it means there is an aspect of water flow. Are we together? But I didn't mention how this is achieved. In this our system, we are going to use solar energy. Why? Because solar energy, it is a form of energy that is readily available. I wanted to come up with this such that any person, irrespective of wherever you are, you can still practice this method of farming. For example, if I use solar energy, I will only use the DC system to pump the water. So for that case, I shall be using the DC water pump. I don't want to talk about AC because that may require some aspect of electricity. Now, after it has been filtered, we have what is called the biological filter. As the name suggests, biological. Sometimes, after some time, the pH value of our water, or maybe the water might become acidic. So how do you remove that aspect of the acidity? That will be achieved from the biological filter. Then we have the aeration. We shall have the component how we can pump the oxygen through the system. But if you cannot afford that, but then we are still in consultation with other departments like the applied science. For example, if you don't have money to buy the aeration, where you can achieve the aeration system, what we recommend, you can decide to place your tanks. Then at the point where the water is coming in, you will be able to prolong this such that the pouring is concentrated at the center. From that case, we shall see how we can achieve that. Okay, lastly, I think the guest is coming.
Okay, sawa.
Tafadhali naomba tusimame zote kwa ajili ya kumkaribisha our CS pamoja na gavana wetu tafadhali.
Kwa makofi tafadhali ya heshima anapoingia mgeni wetu wa heshima akiandamana na gavana wetu, gavana wa jimbo la Kisii. Karibu sana Your Excellency. Welcome our chief guest. Tunaomba mpate nafasi ya kuketi katika jukwaa kuu.
Okay. Mr. Magara. As we settle, we remain standing kindly as we sing the national anthem in Kiswahili, the first stanza. DJ, can you play the national anthem?
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, na tupate na ustawi. Tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
As we remain standing, we have a word of prayer from our spiritual leader, Pastor Magara.
Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, thank you because of this day, Lord, that you made it possible that we have congregated here for a purpose of research. Thank you, Lord, because of the thing that we are preparing and enabled us to see eternity. Lord, thank you because of our chief guest, our sailors. Lord, thank you because of our governor and our president of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Lord, because of all great guests that I have been with since yesterday, and also the council and the administration of this institution. Lord, you have seen our hand, and we are proud, Jehovah, that it is upon our grace that you have given us this opportunity so that our people can not be strong for lack of knowledge according to Isaiah 4:6. We are pursuing this knowledge so that we can find solutions to our challenges in life, Jehovah. Thank you because it is a blessing. And as we continue this session, we invite you to spirit to lead us, and we shall be in the name of the Son of the Lord, or the glory and honor. Thank you because you love us. It is in Jesus' mighty name we pray and believe. Amen. Thank you. We can now sit. Apart from members of the state, the rest of us are standing and allow us to answer the tent. And because of the times we are in, make sure a mask, if you can go, with your mask. For the respect of those who have lost life to COVID, adjust your mask. Thank you very much. Members of the states, let's maintain social distancing before we begin this program. Security officers kindly, there are people standing outside the tent, let them move one step behind. Allow flow of air. Thank you and welcome, Lucy. Thank you so much for this honor of attending this conference. For the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, just to run aside, I wish to welcome the hosting principal, Mr. David Mwangi, to take it off from here. Mr. Mwangi, please.
Thank you, our MC, our Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, Professor George Makoha, the Kisii County Governor, His Excellency James Ogoy, the President, Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Richard Gatia, the Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Madam Maureen Baka, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Technical and Vocational Education, all the CEOs present, all the Vice Chancellors represented here and present, members of the Governing Council, industry players present, our sponsors, my colleague principals, ladies and gentlemen. First, I wish to welcome you to Kisii National Polytechnic and to this inaugural international conference. The guiding theme of this conference is establishing a unified foundation for sustainable development. And yesterday, today, and tomorrow, we'll be executing this theme through panel discussions, keynote speakers, and representation of research papers. Our guest, Kisii National Polytechnic, started at the Kisii Institute of Technology and was elevated to a national polytechnic in 2016. The current student population is 10,180, and by September, we'll be moving to 14,000. This is a tremendous growth of the population, bearing in mind that in 2014, we were at 1,700. Our teaching or training staff and non-training staff, we are at 452. The Polytechnic has got 10 departments. We are offering 150 courses at certificate diploma level and also at higher diploma levels. Our guests, we are ready to collaborate with the universities, and that's the reason we have the presence of the Vice Chancellors today, so that we can start offering degrees. This inaugural conference seeks to bring on board stakeholders for possible collaborations and partnerships as a way of advancing the TVET agenda. The presence of the industry in this conference is a blessing to Kisii National Polytechnic and the entire TVET sector, whereby it is going to ensure relevance and quality in skills training. Kisii National Polytechnic already is collaborating with the key industry players like the Kenya Power and Lighting Company, the Kisii County Government, the East African Cables, among others, to enhance applied research and practical training. Such collaborations has enabled our trainer to keep abreast with the ever-changing technology in the industry and enhance student placement for industrial attachment. As a polytechnic, we are committed to access and equity in training. To achieve this, we have tailor-made our courses
for more youth to gain diverse skills and consequently address the socio-economic challenges that face our country. We are the only polytechnic in Kenya that has been approved by the Kenya Veterinary Board to offer animal health. Recently, we acquired artificial insemination kits where we shall partner with the Kisii County government to improve the quality of the daily animals in the community. The Polytechnic, once again, is accredited by the Medical, Laboratory, and Pharmacy Course Board to do upgrading courses for medical technicians that we are doing online. Our guest, yesterday we held our skill competition as a curtain raiser to this conference. The event brought together several TVET institutions who are competing in 19 trade areas. KNP wishes to host an annual event in partnership with the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry that will showcase the potential of TVET as a set PESA in collaboration and partnership with the industry for absorption of our graduate to the labor market. KNP is ready to pilot work with the programs that are being spearheaded by GIZ in a collaboration with the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry in key TVET areas, so that we can be able to open up for our youth and we assist the Kenyan youth and also the growth of the economy. Thank you very much and welcome to this conference. Thank you. So at this juncture, I'm requesting the Chair Governing Council to say his remarks.
Thank you, Principal. Our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, Professor George Magoha, Kisii County Governor, His Excellency Honorable James Ongwae, the President, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Richard Ngatia, the Chief Administrative Secretary, Minister of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Madam Maureen Baka, Principal Secretary, State Department of Technical and Vocational Education and Training, all CEOs present, all Vice Chancellors represented here and who are present with us, our industry players and representatives here, members of Council, Kisii National Polytechnic, our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me, sir, to welcome you once again to Kisii National Polytechnic. We recognize and appreciate the fact that you took time from your immensely busy schedule to be with us here. Thank you, sir. To all our guests, we are pleased to host you on this auspicious occasion that brings together stakeholders from all segments of the economy. The significance of TVET to the development and industrialization of the economy of our country cannot be overemphasized. Training of these skills while adhering to quality and relevance is a key means towards realization of our country's Big Four agenda and Vision 2030, especially on reduction of unemployment. At Kisii National Polytechnic, we are committed to delivering market-oriented programs with an aim of producing graduates who can adapt to the ever-changing technology trends. To realize this, we have embarked on infrastructure development, where we have put in place well-equipped state-of-the-art workshops and tuition facilities to meet the growing demands of the institution. We have also expanded our technical workforce to ensure effective and efficient delivery of the curriculum. Aware that the value of our efforts does not stop at training, we have embarked on a journey of involving the industry players in the TVET business as a means of completing the cycle. Through this conference, sir, we are seeking and hope to enter into collaborations that will see the TVET graduates get absorbed into the labor market. This conference also presents a platform where the links between TVET policy and the labor market can be strengthened with greater focus on curriculum design and learning outcomes. This is the surest way through which the efforts of TVET can be utilized in spearheading sustainable economic development of our country. Allow me, sir, at this point to invite the County Commissioner to come and make his remarks, and thereafter invite the Principal Secretary. County Commissioner, please.
The guest of honor today, who is the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, Professor George Magoha, His Excellency the Governor of Kisii County, Honorable James Ongwae, the President of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Richard Ngatia, the Principal, the Chair of the Governing Council of this Polytechnic, Vice Chancellors present, senior government officials, distinguished panelists and participants, good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Wilberforce Kilonzo. I'm the Deputy County Commissioner for Kisii Central. And today I'm representing the County Commissioner who is not within the county. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all our guests led by the Principal, the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education to Kisii County, and in particular, Kisii National Polytechnic. What I would wish to confirm to the Cabinet Secretary is that Kisii National Polytechnic is an exemplary institution within this county. It has taken its leadership role among other smaller technical training institutes. And despite the large number of students, as a security committee, we have not had any challenge with this institution. And it is simply because the management here has given us an opportunity to form a joint security committee where we are able to address any security challenges within and even that may be affecting this institution from without. This Polytechnic, I would wish to confirm to all participants and everybody who is watching, is an institution that believes in quality. During our security meeting last time with the principal and his team, he gave us a history of cheating that used to be there in the past when it comes to national examinations. And this year around, we decided to partner with him. Currently, the exams are going on, and I'd want to assure you, Mheshimiwa Waziri, that cheating to partner with the principal and the council to ensure that those standards are maintained going forward. The other issue which I would wish to highlight here that shows the partnership between us and this institution is on students' elections. We had students' elections here about a month ago, and unlike what has been experienced in other institutions, the elections here were very peaceful and smooth. We did not have any issue. And immediately the leaders were elected, we had an opportunity to interact with them and to sensitize them on matters to do with the peace building and the national reconciliation, which I found a very useful initiative from the management of this institution in empowering these young leaders to understand their mandate within this institution. So finally, I want to say that Kisii National Polytechnic is located within a community that is very industrious. I've been here for the last 6 months as a Deputy County Commissioner, and I've admired the aggression within this community in terms of acquiring of technical skills and also entrepreneurial skills. If you interact with the Kisii community, for those who are visiting, you are going to go home with an additional skill in terms of entrepreneurship. With those few remarks, I want to take this opportunity to welcome the Secretary, who is representing the Principal Secretary, State Department of TVET, Mr. David Kipkemei, to come and take over the program. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, the Deputy County Commissioner. Our chief guest for today's event, Professor George Makoa, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, His Excellency the Governor for Kisii, James Ongwai, the President of the Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Ngatia, the Principal and the Chairman of the Council of Kisii Polytechnic, Vice Chancellors present, CEOs present, principals, teachers, participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My responsibility today is very simple. First of all, I want to thank our chief guest for finding time to be with us this afternoon. And mind, our chief guest will be very simple. You know, my background is administration. My last station was Homa Bay as a county commissioner. And in our career, we follow what we call protocol. When the boss is around, we don't speak much. But I want to thank the chief guest for visionary and focused leadership in the ministry, which has taken us to a higher level. I also want to thank our partners, the governor for Kisii for supporting us. It makes a very big difference when we have the political leadership supporting our national polytechnics and our TVETs. Also want to thank the Chamber of Commerce for the partnership. They are going to take us to a greater height. And on behalf of the Principal Secretary, I will be addressing this conference tomorrow. So for now, let me take this opportunity and invite the Governor Kisii County to take over from here. Thank you very much and God bless you. We'll address you tomorrow. Thank you.
Makofi tafadhali, makofi, makofi. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Secretary, for in the Ministry of Education. Thank you very much for welcome for those nice thoughts. Our Cabinet Secretary for Education, Professor George Magoa, the only president apart from the president of this republic that I know, of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Richard Ngatia, my brother David Kemei, the Secretary in the State Department of Vocational and Technical Training, all the CEOs who are present, including the chair of the board for this organization that we are in, the principal, and any other CEOs who are here today with us, the students, and any other partners who would be here who are listening to us, who are out there listening to us.
and all the industry players. I think it's good afternoon. Good afternoon to you. I know we have strictly followed the COVID protocols, which is what the county COVID committee, which I co-chair with the county commissioner, advised that if we are allowing this, then we must have very serious sitting arrangements and probably about 200 people. And Mr. Principal and the chair, we thank you for that because you have followed our instructions to the letter. We gather here today for the Kisii National Polytechnic Inaugural International Conference. And on behalf of the people of this great county of Kisii, I wish to extend a warm welcome to all of you on this occasion. This is the home of Soapstone, the home of Matoke. Karibu to Kisii County. The many stakeholders who are here, whether you're from government, academia, and industry, we do expect that over the next 1 or 2 days, your experience on vocational training and TVET matters and the relationship with industry, because it shouldn't be just academics. It should be that we want to get graduates that who are going out there to start working. I particularly appreciate our Cabinet Secretary, Professor Magoa, for agreeing to open this important conference. Professor Magoa is somebody I've known for a very, very long time. I used to be a member of the University Senate in the University of Nairobi when he was a Vice Chancellor. And we are talking about almost close to 20 years ago. So this is a man I've known for a long time and have a great admiration for. And indeed, when we wanted that in Kisii County, in the Kisii Teaching and Referral Hospital, we make the teaching part completely practical, and we also partner with Kisii University. The first person that I went running to was Professor Magoa, because he was the chair of the Medical Practitioners and Dentists Board. And without his say-so, that university would not have got the charter to run the issue of the medical college that was started. And Professor Magoa, if it wasn't that you are running, you are going back very quickly, the place where we sat with the president is now a very big structure, about 5 floors, which has been finished with 3 lifts, exactly where the president was sitting, and yourself. We have put up a mother-child, a 350-bed hospital. I think if you reach there, you'll ask yourself, and that's about 1.5 years ago when you were here. But we have a 350 chair. We will, of course, invite you in the next 4 or so months to come for the official opening. Since you grew up and you are still in the business, even if you are in education, you are still a doctor of medicine. My brother Richard Ngatia, the chair of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Richard, we thank you for coming here. You remember I came to your office personally to ask you to come and give us a keynote address. I came there with the chairman of this college here, together with the principal, and we did not come to your private office. We came to the office of the National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And you agreed to come, and you are here. You are representing industry. And this morning, I met you together with your people. You are Chamber of Commerce and Industry here in Kisii County. And we did agree that we are going to develop a serious memorandum of understanding where we are agreeing on matters of employment. We are agreeing on matters of transfer of technology. We are agreeing on matters of value addition. Value addition, if you are talking about value addition, who are you talking about? You are talking about the graduates from this place. I came here the other day. You did show me the type of value addition that you're having here, even the type of the programs that you're having. But where do those graduates go when you finish with them? They come to me. They come to the county, and we basically must therefore keep on this conversation that we have started with industry. For those, the two of you that I've talked about, I have the highest regard for you, and we thank you for coming here. CS, this particular place, I went to Kisii High School very many years ago. I think we're probably around the same time that you're also in high school. And I know this place. I know the place when I became governor. When I became governor, we used a small little hall for counting the votes, which is, I think, down there in this college. But the transformation that I've seen here over the last 1 or 2 years is amazing. And the people that you gave me, both in the management, in the board, and also the leadership, are extremely encouraging. And as I talk like this, principal and chair, don't go and relax that the governor has talked very well about you. Then you go and relax, because the CS you have is an extremely intelligent man, and he has seen what is happening. He's going to see what is happening next year. God willing, we pray for him that he continues being there. So, ladies and gentlemen, as part of our government, because we have 2 levels of government, who have a mutual relationship, and that is why, in that context of mutuality, that's why you can see the camaraderie that we have with the CS here, because we are all aware that government is not in Nairobi, government is actually in the counties. CS, when I came here last time and I was talking to them, I told them that I have intermediate polytechnics, the village polytechnics. And I told them that they should act as a bigger brother to those village polytechnics, and that indeed we should work together with them so that their lecturers and probably even their principals occasionally can go around those polytechnics, so that the type of knowledge that is imparted in the village polytechnics, because that is the intermediate level, this is a slightly higher level. Indeed, in the old days, you used to have, you were calling them, I don't know, there were others who were doing diplomas in technical areas. There were others who are doing guild certificates and so on. I think that's an equivalent of a guild certificate that we are talking out at the local level. But they are the same people. So I would want to see a situation where you are not existing somewhere in an ivory tower. You are able to impart the knowledge that you have to the various village polytechnics that we have here, so that we can start development at the local level, because the Indias of this world actually grew up from village polytechnic, from cottage industries. It's from cottage industries that India got the type of industrial development that they have at the moment. And that's what I expect, that your graduates from here are going to go out there and start very serious cottage industries. CS, let me not bore you, but let me explain that in Kisii County, we have a Kisii County Bursary Fund, and 30%, between 30 and 40% of that fund actually goes to tertiary institutions, including Kisii National Polytechnic. And we will continue doing so. We will continue supporting, because whatever little resources that come to this organization would be put into good use from what I'm saying. This particular institution has almost close to 10,000 students. In our 59 vocational training centers, we have about 5,000 students. So you can see that can support us, like integrated block making machines. We actually donated our machine to them. And we agreed that for us to see what type of machines they are making, what type of cable blocks they are making, they do me a road that is coming that they will also use, that comes to my ATC Agricultural Training Center is the one that is next. Principal, you have not kept your word. You have not even started. So my options are that I come back and take that machine, which I don't want to do. So please, I have nimeambia CS wako, after 2 or 3 months, I'll go to him and tell him that man is not saying the truth. So finish those cabros, let's see whether you know how to make them. And they say charity starts at home. So let's start there. And we see how those cabros are doing. So I have also talked to you about collaborating with the industry, collaborating with development partners, because the money that you're asking the CS and the secretary in that Ministry of Education, the government doesn't have enough resources. You must partner with industry and with other development partners. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you again to Kisii County. Feel free, have a good conference, keep distance, ensure safe distance, sanitize, and feel free in this county. With those few remarks, it's my pleasure to invite the President of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, because once our chief guest has talked, nobody else is going to talk. If you can come and give us a keynote address, realizing, of course, Mr. President, and I'm sorry to tell you that, Mr. President, that time has passed, so you may want to look at your speech once more. I thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. President.
All right, thank you very much. The Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, George Magoha, Your Excellency, the Governor, Honorable James Ngoy, the Chairman of the Kisii Polytechnic, CEC, and also the board of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry present with us. Good afternoon. All protocol observed because of time. Let me just go straight and say that I'm so happy and grateful that His Excellency the Governor visited the headquarters of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and came to my office where I sit, and he gave me a chance to accept giving a keynote speech today. I know I was wrestling with what I'm going to say today, because today is an important day for all of us, particularly for me, when I'm addressing the assets of this country, who are the youth today. There's a Chinese proverb that says ambition without knowledge is like a ship on dry sea. Look at the ocean. It is not the size of the wave, but the motion of the ocean that moves the ship. Therefore, I'm here today to motivate the young ones to become the motion of the ship and the ocean of the future. Back in the days, polytechnics really taught carpentry, they taught mechanics, automotives, electricals, and plumbing as well. But today, this new generation is advantaged because polytechnics and vocational universities have advanced, and you're very lucky to be part of that advancement. Today, you are able to learn lab skills, you are able to learn pharmaceuticals, healthcare, e-health, and even e-commerce, new technology, many other areas that develop you in the future. You see, Niccolo Machiavelli, who is an Italian philosopher of all times, say to succeed, you must have skills and you must have favor from God. And therefore, students, ladies and gentlemen, you're not inferior to those who are in universities, because I can tell you today, anyone looking for employment, and particularly those in polytechnics and TVETs, will get their space first. As I stand here to make I'm certain that in the near future, you shall also be standing right in front of this podium addressing us. Now I would want, probably you walk with me, a journey of 40 years as an entrepreneur, but I'll condense it to probably around 10 minutes or so because of time. It's also good that I mention Bill Gates. Those who have heard of Bill Gates, he actually dropped out of school, that was Harvard University, so that he can acquire skills in computing. He came up with Microsoft, and at 26 years, he turned billions of US dollars. And at 30, he was the biggest entrepreneur in the world. David Dobie was once a lieutenant in the army, had acquired skills in automotive. He turned his skills to opportunities. And when he came to form DT Dobie in East Africa, it later turned out to be a household name, with the Mercedes-Benz being the best vehicles in the world. Howard, again, tasted his coffee, and using his skills, he was able to bring up Starbucks, again, a household name. Back in 1990, I decided to take the path of being an entrepreneur. I do remember my peers, friends we studied with. Most of them actually decided to become lawyers, doctors, captains, in fact, pilots, biomedical engineers, radiologists, CEOs in financial institutions. But I decided to take the path of entrepreneurship. And I remember walking from one corner of the Nairobi cities to the other in search of opportunities, knocking door to door in Nairobi, Eldoret, Kitale, Kisumu, looking for any jobs that I could get and opportunities. It became very challenging because at the time, almost businesses were reserved for the elite corporates. And it became so challenging that I almost lost hope. But then I remembered the skills that I had acquired, and I sat in a corner and I decided I must turn what I learned into opportunities. And I remember then walking to a friend of mine who decided he's going to hold my hand. Actually, the focus of the government should be on making sure that manufacturing is the key thing in this country. Anyway, then I did walk straight into one of the friends, old friends, he's also late, Vora. It was the Sarova Hotels, the managing director then, the late Mr. Vora. And I shared with him my story and my vision. And I remember he said, you must be very lucky, Richard, because we're just renovating our hotels. And I was given a chance to bring in what we call PABX systems, because that was the time we were transiting from the old telephone system, the old box, to the digital PABX systems. I got a small order of about 70,000 Kenya shillings and quickly went to look for capital. I went to my family that could raise a bit of the capital, and I went to a few friends who managed me to give me that capital. Well, yes, I did supply. I did get my check. In fact, that was the time that I bought my first Ford Cortina. But with time, things became so difficult. Shoes actually gave in because I was working from one office to the other. I can say that at about 5 in the morning one day, I woke up and met the auctioneers on my door, because at that point I was unable to repay my loan that I had acquired from just few friends. It was time to re-engineer. It was time to think on what else I must do. And I still went back to the skills that I had acquired. And I decided I'm going to be so courageous to get into the national government and also cooperatives to make sure that I get a business there. And I remember when I walked first into the Ministry of Healthcare, I decided I'll be in the health sector. And this was after meeting one of the close friends of mine, Dr. Shah. And after sharing my vision and challenges, he took me through the dentistry, the equipment that then were used, handpieces, dental chairs, scalers, and the rest. And I can tell you, I was able to get an order of about 100,000 from one of the departments of the ministry. It is then that I decided to actually concentrate in the health sector. Governor, Your Excellency, CS, I want to challenge you today, because it is the skills that you learn in polytechnics. And I don't see why we should go to China to learn the skills. I don't see why we should take our train of trainers to China, to other parts of the world, US and Europe and UK, to learn skills while we can do it here in this polytechnic. Your Excellencies, I think it is time for Kisii Polytechnic to take us through the fast economy. When you see a plane in the sky, there's an engineer behind that. When you see a car on the road, there's somebody with the skills who put all the components together. Today, you're comfortably seated on chairs with beautiful chandeliers. It is not, could have not been possible if we didn't have those with key skills to put them together. Today, Your Excellency, the Governor, when I was driving here, I noticed the transport industry has revamped so much in this county and in Kenya as well. And this is the border industry. But my question very quickly was, why can't we have our manufacturing plant, our own industry here, our own industrial park within this polytechnic that our young ones can learn and innovate
those bodabodas, bicycles, and also innovate to make spare parts of the same. Biggest business today that you can ever see. Yes, the emissions by those bodabodas, the carbon that they emit is equally dangerous, and another pandemic, probably. So why can't we innovate electric bikes, electric motorbikes through the Kisii Polytechnic? So as me, Richard, I went on, again, looking for more skills. And I remember my first stop was in the UK. And I later went to China, where I settled on getting most of the products. As you all know today, if you turn your face, you'll always see a Chinese product next to you. There are different categories that you can always get. And I asked myself, why do we have to export expertise from China and across the world to come and build an SGR, while our own people here can be taught in the technical and TVET universities to make the same? So I quickly came back and put a highly skilled team formed of biomedical engineers, radiologists, doctors, nurses. And I can tell you today, I'm giving most of the companies a run for their money, and these are international companies. And I can proudly tell you that I competitively compete with the renowned General Electric, Abbott, Siemens, Philips. This because of the skills that we acquired then. Today, Megascope Healthcare is in every county. It is in every region. And now we are planning to penetrate the African continental free trade area to make sure that they acquire the equipment and advance their hospitals. Your Excellency Governor, you mentioned of a unit that has come up in 1.5 years. You probably imported equipment. I would be very happy if I'm told today that certain equipment were actually innovated by Kisii Polytechnic students. And therefore, it will be important for all of us to sit and rethink on how we can be able to support this location. And this is why I'm here with my team as the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry to hold them. Today, I can be able to proudly again tell you that the skills that I acquired, I was able to negotiate with the government of China when the first case of this pandemic came out, to negotiate one of the AIs, that's artificial intelligence software, for our country. They developed one to put in their CT scans that could detect COVID, that could also be able to detect whether you're healing or not, and also could detect tuberculosis and many other items. The first one was in China, Wuhan city in the world, and the second one was in Kenya at the Kenyatta National Hospital. I want to confirm to you, Your Excellency, today that I will continue with the negotiations to make sure that you also acquire the artificial intelligence software that will support not only this county, but the region of Nyanza. You know, Chris Kirubi once said, every great success has always been achieved by fight. Every winner has scars. The men who succeed are the efficient few. They are the few who have the ambition and willpower to develop themselves. So choose to be among the few. Dear students, you are not only the future workforce, but the drivers of the fourth industrial revolution. Technical and vocational education and training is a proven solution for socioeconomic advancement. It is a crucial vehicle for achieving the global sustainable development goals and Kenya's Agenda 2030. When you look at industrial and improving the industry relevance of TVET graduates, China's investment in skills training, science, and technology has rapidly elevated the country into a global economic giant. And China heavily relies on TVET to bridge the skills and foster innovation. It is for this reason that most of the products we consume today are now labeled made in China, like I had mentioned earlier. And especially in clothing, fashion, telecommunication, and mobile phones and gadgets, kitchenware, home appliances, you can name it. During the COVID-19 pandemic, China did not relax, but advanced technology to the rescue. They advanced artificial intelligence, imaging that help accelerate COVID-19 diagnosis. Germany, to emphasize on the important and significant contribution of TVET in development, I will give a case study of Germany. So important is vocational training in Germany that more than 40% of the school leavers holding a secondary degree and more than 70% all those without a degree enroll in TVET. In this country, Germany, most of the highly skilled workforce has gone through vocational training and education. The success of the German vocational training system can be attributed to the dual system, which combines on school learning in a vocational school with on-job training in the industry. Borrowing from German system, it is highly recommended that the TVET curriculum in Kenya partner with companies to provide paid companies opportunities for TVET students to transition into skilled work as part of their training. This will ensure that their skills are fully utilized in the industry and significantly reduce unemployment. Ladies and gentlemen, from an industry perspective, manufacturing trends are shifting to the technology-driven, and more so in the post-COVID era. And the good news is that country's innovation scene is booming, driven largely by improved expertise, skills, and advancements in technology. And TVET should refocus on preparing students to meet the challenges presented by the transition from the industrial age to the information age. Good to note that TVET does not end in schools. It is lifelong learning. And every day of our lives is a learning process. You learn your skills, and one day when you discover yourself, you will turn them into opportunities and become another Richard. I remember when I was sworn in as the chamber president, I received many guests from overseas, ambassadors, PSs, cabinet secretaries, governors. But there is one man that I do remember. Again, I mentioned Chris Kirubi, who was present. And when he spoke, he emphasized on us supporting the youth, women in business, youth in business, and those within the vocational universities to get into manufacturing. And this is why I'm saying, because today we are looking at affordable housing. Then how do we do it if we don't have the skills? How do we do it if we don't have the skills to negotiate? with those making panels so that the unit or the hospitals or buildings that you build take 6 months and not 2 years. This can happen. This is why we are saying we as the chamber have opportunities for all of us. We do advocate for you to make sure that the environment is conducive for business. We do make sure that you network locally, regionally, and internationally. And we make sure that we support you in trade facilitation to make sure that any of your exports reach the intended destination safely, but more so making sure that we connect you with finance institutions to come and bridge that gap. And we have done that with many development partners. Just a few, to mention a few of the programs, the MasterCard Foundation that saw us support Mama Mboga, hawkers, the Jua Kali sector artisans. With small soft loans, we have so far disbursed as the chamber through the fund manager, 550 million, which has been returned 50% and still continuing. In our second phase, we are hopeful to get tenfold of that figure to support the same location and the micro as well. When it comes into manufacturing, we have supported women, those in fashion industry, creative industry, to manufacture reusable masks. We have so far manufactured through these MSMEs, 7 million masks that were given to schools, and I'm happy and congratulate and thank the CS, George Magoha, because he launched that program some months ago, and I believe the schools now are more equipped than ever. Students, my challenge to you today is to constantly ask yourselves these 3 questions. What value can I bring to the industry? What challenge can I solve? And what solution can I provide? And in conclusion, I would like to emphasize that young people are the greatest assets we have in this country. We are counting on your brains, skills, and talent to make the world a better place to be. We as KNCCI are ready to partner with the young people and through the support of the county governments, national government, and particularly Kisii government, to make sure that we realize our discussions to enhance the capability of the students, prepare them for markets, prepare them for opportunities, and give them hope. Hope that when they leave this institution, they shall get a place to work in. Hope that when they leave this institution, they are going to get business. Hope that somebody will hold their hand and they will sustain their businesses. Hope that when they do their business, they will one day stand here and give their story in the most humanly way. I will end with a famous quote from an American president, Franklin Roosevelt, who said, "We cannot always build a future for your youth, but we can build our youth for the future." I want also to bring greetings from one of your sisters from the Ministry of Health, the Principal Secretary, Susan Muchache, who has congratulated the governor for the development in Kisii, and she has committed to also work with you in that journey. And I therefore wish all of us a great day today, but on the same breath, say that we as the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry and as the president of the chamber, I do commit to annually participate and sponsor the annual event and also the skill competition that will be done here is this during the TVET fair. So with those few remarks and many remarks, I remind you that one day, even members of the fourth estate, you can acquire your own studios and do business and do big business, get into the digital economy. And you'll see what I'm telling you. Join us. We shall work with you. We shall walk with you and we shall support you. Thank you. May God bless you. And those listening digitally, online, asanteni sana. And I hope we shall meet again. Asanteni.
Sijasikia makofi. This man, we went to his office and we told him, when you come to talk to us about practical experiences so that the graduates can understand there shouldn't be any theory. You know, when you look at him, you think he was born like that. The way he's looking is looking nice. You think he was always like that. The story he gives you is a hard story. And that's the story of the graduate from this place. Because the graduate from this place, you meet him in 20 years, you'll probably be meeting a Richard Ngatia. And that's what we want to see. CS, we have Dr. Matres here and others from industry. When we were in Dr. Matres' place, he was telling us he started this thing in 2004. I don't know whether I heard rightly because that is less than 20 years, 14 years. 2014, if you started in 2014 with 7 people and you are now in 2021, that's about 6 years later with 400 people. Can you clap to that? The only thing I will ask is you, when you're in Nairobi, go to the CS's office and ask him that mattress for slightly maturer people like us. Yeah, you go and see him and marketing. You market, you listen to the people that want to buy, and you can even actually do a mattress that is specific to those requirements. Because I do know that those of us who can't afford the type of mattress that is hard, you go and put a thing below the bed. How do you call it? You put a plywood so that even if that mattress is one that is soft, the plywood will stop it. So listen to him, and if I was you, I would go to his office. He has a very big catchment of educational institutions. Go and listen to him. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm bringing to you a great man, a man who is a doctor, a man who is self-made, a man who, for those of you who are in advanced age and you have slight problems of advancement of that age, he'll probably sort you out. He will stop being a CS and sort you out. Professor Magoa, it's with humility that I ask you to talk to us. Here in Kisii County, talk to us and also advise the industry, the relationship between industry and academics. Thank you very much, Professor Magoa.
Your Excellency Governor Ngwai, who is a good friend, please sit down. Governor Ngwai, who is a good friend of mine. Mr. Gatia, incidentally, also a good friend of mine. And Mr. Mwangi, whom we brought here a short while ago. And all the other protocol is observed as has been stated by all the other speakers. I had a written speech, but I want to put it aside for a while. And to discuss without any fear or favor the disease that we have in this country. and why we are not able to move. But let me first of all also very rightfully acknowledge Dr. Matres, with whom I had an engagement, a robust engagement like scholars do. And what caught my eye was that this is someone who is bold enough to use Kenyan materials to produce products which are used by Kenyans and are also exported, since the world is now a global village. This is extremely significant because moving from 7 to 400 in 6 years is astronomical. So why are we having a problem in the industrial sector? And I want to opine that we are having a problem in the industrial sector because we have refused to move with the changes. And even though we have big brains, like our students, they have very big brains, and their trainers have big brains, maybe they have decided to just work within the normal. And if we want to bring change, which is what we must bring to our country, to the generation yet unborn, then we must do things differently in order to bring that change within the industry. And for as long as we are doing things the way they have been done in the past, then, ladies and gentlemen, change is going to be very difficult to come by. And how do you get change for our people? Where are we going to be in 2030? It is now within reach. I used to think that I will definitely not be alive in 2030, but I'm starting to smell it. So maybe by the grace of God, I will actually be there in 2030. How do you want Kenya to look like? I have succeeded, first of all, by the grace of God. But secondly, it's because I identify the problem first. You can't solve what you don't know. And I'm very happy when several speakers, including His Excellency Governor Ongwae and Mr. Ngatia, and I think even Mr. Mwangi, have mentioned Juakali. Yes, Juakali is a huge industry. But alas, what are we doing as Kenyans, especially as scholars and industrialists? We are just a conveyor belt. We are a conveyor belt. Before you even decide to manufacture the whole border, why are we not insisting that our people should wear helmets? And here we have all failed. The politicians will tell you, oh, because they are voters, we shall not touch them. Do you get the point? Now, the helmet does not have to be bulletproof, but it can be made of material that is researched and manufactured in our polytechnics. It's not reinventing the wheel. Are we prepared as we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, to change our country? There is nothing new and fantastic about making a motorcycle. We have excellent brains here. Why are we not doing so? Some will tell you, oh, it will become too expensive. Yes, let it be expensive. But when the economies of scale take up the issue, then it will not be expensive anymore. How many of our polytechnics are making bolts and nuts and selling to the industry? Ordinary, stupid bolt and nuts. It's not a laughing matter, it's very serious. You would rather import from China or from anywhere because it is cheaper. No, you are the one who is stupid, in capital letters. Let us now start to make bolts and nuts in our country. Let us identify the problem, like there's an emerging industry of borders. What can the industry and the government and the academic institutions do to make border borders safe for everybody to travel. And I hate to say this, but if you go to Kigali, and I hope we shall change this very soon because it involves everybody from myself, from the Honorable County Commissioner, from the Honorable Governor, to work together. If we declare from today that if you carry more than 2 people, if you carry yourself and another person, if you add a 3rd person, your motorcycle will be taken away. It will stop. It is happening in Rwanda. What is special about Rwanda? And if we say, okay, let us also insist that every person, including the passenger, must wear a helmet, which will have been manufactured by our people here, then we will be moving in the right direction. I'm sorry I've had to speak very strongly about this because otherwise it is routine, which will be the same speech we are making here will be made in 2030. And it will have no impact. So I hope for the youngsters, insist from your trainers. Because I was in another training institution, and the students seemed to be keen on showing me a drawing. I said, no, I want to see how you work this machine. And of course, they knew how to work the machine, but the teachers don't tell them to do so. Are we together here? And another time I was in a polytechnic and I was going through an examination process. You are teaching a student how to lay brick and mortar. And you are using chalk. Who is stupid? Actually very stupid, because these people you are training are going to do buildings. And they are going to do buildings, Your Excellency, not having done anything in the lab. They have been using chalk. So there's no harm if he decides to use half a bag of cement instead of 3 bags. And therefore buildings will continue to fall. Are we prepared to bite the bullet? And I say, yes, we are. There are Kenyans who are prepared to bite the bullet. And allow me now to shift to the industry. And I want to pay homage to someone called Dr. Joseph Barage Wanjui, who was a chancellor at my University of Nairobi when I was there. We didn't like each other because after all, I was a professor and the vice chancellor, and the professor knows everything, isn't it? Ah. So when he brought the industrial culture to the university, we did not accept it. We questioned it. But I want to tell you, looking back, that was the very best thing that happened to the university. And I would want also to do the same in the TVET sector. For example, the formation of councils to run universities was based on patronage and what have you. But he brought a professional angle where he brought industrialists like Isaac Awondo, Manu Chandaria, S.K. Macharia, Nganga, who was in Safaricom, and the list is endless. And the chairperson was Dr. John Nyang'eri Simba from this land. None of those great men had a PhD. And the university moved from rags to where it is today. I was convinced to work with them after about 2 years because I realized, oh, being a man of letters and a professor, and I have no skills of running a giant animal like this, I need the industrial element of it. So when we started working together, we went to heaven, where we are. So I'm saying this because there's a disease in this country where we patronize. You start asking, oh, is he as black as that one? No, does he come from my village? Or is he from my clan? Yes. Let us call a spade a spade. When I visited this polytechnic, and those who are here can tell you, I'm sure some people are still here. I was mad because it did not look like a polytechnic that was residing in Kisii. I had been to other places, and this was among the very worst. So I went and summoned my technical team and said, look for a faceless person who has got a track record. I don't care where he comes from. And if you give me the wrong person, I have somebody called Professor Good. You call him. He's there. I said, if you give me the wrong person, you are the one who is going to go. So they gave me a faceless person called Mwang. Actually, if I meet him in the street, I still don't know him. It doesn't matter. There was a lot of political pressure, not from the governor, because the governor is too professional to do so, but the others. I told them, you gave me a job to do. If you want to take it back, you can take it back. It doesn't matter. We have given you somebody. Why don't you wait to judge him as a result of what he has done? Now everybody, the same people are coming to say, you see, Professor, thank you very much. I think you gave us the right person. So it is somebody's ability to perform the task that the person is given that should matter, nothing else. And I think His Excellency the President also used the same in identifying me. Because I don't belong to any political party. I have absolutely no intention of belonging to any. But if they now look at the way we work, you cannot say that I'm the weakest minister. I deliver. This is what I want these children who are in school here to understand, that there is a positive price for your effort. Teachers must behave professionally and transfer the skills to the children. And don't be sweet to them. Again, I will use myself as an example. I am a trained surgeon. And the surgeons I came down on as with like a ton of bricks during the training are the ones who have succeeded. Some are even much more wealthy than me. When they meet me, they say, Professor, thank you very much for being very tough on us at that time. Because then it made us to think backwards. I'm not asking anybody to be like me, but you don't have to be pleasant. When you give a child a task to do, the task must be done to your satisfaction. Be very proud to fail your friend's son. Be very, very proud to fail your friend's son if he has not acquired the skills. That's it. Because I think when I went abroad to study, I was over 20. No building had ever collapsed in Kenya then. Then I came back, and after 2 years, the first one started to collapse. Now it is every day. Why? Why is that happening? So our culture, ladies and gentlemen, me, I can speak freely because I'm not a politician. Our culture must change. If Mwenge has transformed this institution in one year to look like this, he has been challenged, and I want also to add to Governor Ongwae that you have been given a machine. There is cement, there is sand, and I'm sure you have money in your bank account because I always check also from the bank. Why are you not training the people? You have engineering students here. What is there in manufacturing cabro, these cabro blocks? What is there? Tell me, there's nothing. But if you don't identify what you want and work backward to get it, then you do nothing. So I would encourage you to come and take the machine, but you can give him 6 months instead of 3. So that, and this should be the start of the continuous thing, that if somebody is building around here and they want cabro, the first place to go and look for them is where? Is the Kisii Polytechnic. It will give you money. It will give you money. You will be using it to train people who will go and they will also start producing, and they will employ other people. So it is very painful. So the industrial link, ladies and gentlemen, is extremely important. And my hope and prayer is that as you continue to run this institution. Sit with your board. I have engaged the chair. You are an engineer. Engineers have fine brains. Please sit down. Why are you worried about certification? Everybody has a certificate. In fact, some of them have certificates which are like this. Isn't it? Stop looking for certificates. What is it? What can you do? What is it that you can do? Can you measure what you want to do? Because frankly speaking, ladies and gentlemen, we now have polytechnics that have very good equipment that are underutilized. I was visiting one, and I've never forgiven a good because he took me to a place to go and waste my time. You don't take me to a polytechnic to go and inspect tractors which have not been used for 4 years. And you have 200 acres of land which is left in the bush. And you have students there. You should not be existing on the surface of the earth. Are we together? Now let me read what was written for me. I'm happy, as a matter of fact, to be here this afternoon, and particularly note that the theme of this conference is establishing a unified foundation for sustainable development. Sustainable development. Before it becomes sustainable, you have to have some form of development. There are so many areas. There are so many areas, for example, where you are supposed to make things easy. In fact, I don't think I will read this. If you want to skill our children, first of all, by our principle, you must ask yourself, we as a nation, we have to eat, and we have to sleep, and we have to wake up. As we eat and sleep, the body does certain things. You need water to drink, you need food to eat. After that, you go to the toilet to pee and do the other one. Then we need to move. Small things that our people do every day. And then the body is not a machine, it becomes unwell. Why don't you focus whatever you are doing in ensuring that we have a seamless, we are producing people, and I would want to signify the medical training colleges. They have done very well. They are ahead of us in the technical sector. Because recently, His Excellency the President went to UK to convince them that we have so many nurses that we can't employ because of the level of economy we are in now. Can you take them? And they said yes, they have started going. The catch is that you don't leave a government job to go. If you find you have left a government job to go, you go backwards. So don't be myopic by saying, well, this course I'm doing, I will not be employed here. We are now training for the world. And the fact that the medical training schools and colleges trained excellent nurses who can work anywhere else, why are we not producing plumbers, bricklayers? And for bricklayers, you'll have problem because you ask yourself, why are our engineers building roads which can't last for 2 or 3 years? And that's an integrity issue. So let us not be afraid to talk about it. Can we say that if you see somebody doing something, taking money or doing something, say, no, Professor, you are collecting money that does not belong to you. I'm going to tell the police. And if the police don't do anything, I will go and tell the press. But here, if I was to now drop 1,000 shillings here, and there are 10 Kenyans, and I have not seen it, How many will tell me, Professor, you have dropped 1,000 shillings? You are laughing, but this is the problem. And we can change for the better. Because it used to be like that before. Somebody has spoken about examination cheating. We stopped it in the primary and secondary schools. Why are we still talking about it here? I'm very rattled because if you have identified people who are responsible, walimu, let us know them so that they are sacked and they can't get a job anywhere else. They can go to continue cheating elsewhere. If you have a child which God has given you, and you tell the child, pombe ni mbaya sana. You know, when you are drinking, you have this and this and this. Then you go and lock your bedroom and you take a very huge bottle of whiskey. The child, you forgot, you remove the key. And now wewe unakunywa hiyo pombe. What do you think the child is going to do? So if you start by cheating in exams now, you are going to cheat throughout your life because you will not have learned anything. You engage some of the students who have gone to technical schools and they don't even know how you relate the size of the metallic support to the span. These are the ABCs, very simple things. Then you get worried because once you have reached the critical stage, you add 1 pound only and the building will come down. You don't need to add 100 kilos. You just need 1 pound and the building will come down. And I want to end by telling you this, ladies and gentlemen. Our country is very fair. If you are good, and you do things that are good, you don't need to advertise. They are telling Dr. Mattress to advertise. I think all he has to do is to reduce his prices so that he has a market of scale. Because I see him, I see his products even in Kisumu. But if that nice chair is 27,000, that's out of reach of the youth who are going to be the majority of your buyers. So you can also come back here to do some research so they can advise you how to lower the prices, even by 50%. Because if you're earning 30,000 shillings, if you are going to save to buy a bed and a bed sitter, which is 27,000, it will take you 1 year or 2 years. And then if you sell more, you employ more people. Isn't it? Somebody also talked about textiles, and I will stop after that. I want to blame our institutions, first of all, for failing to invent cheap synthetic fiber, which is good, so that this nonsense of importing used clothes, which have diseases from wherever you want, it employs our people, yes, but why are we not employing our people in making the cheaper clothes that are new that they can buy? Because if you have decided you will import mitumba, then you will import mitumba till Christ comes back, isn't it? So that argument does not hold water. And it is because the technical institutions have not put enough weight in saying, okay, let us see whether we can reduce the price of manufactured goods here so that they can match the mitumba. And you can only do that by working with the industry, as you have said. Are we together? I've been following some students who are attached to industry, and I get confidential reports. But the industry must also know that when the students are there attached to them, they should use them. They are not supervisors. When I was attached, before I became a doctor, I used to go and clean hospital toilets at Kisii National Hospital, and clean the wards, and clean other things. And then I asked myself, is this what I want to do? I said, yes, this is what I want to do. I know that this is a new generation of children. But let me just end by saying that there must be dignity in every job that you do. They train you to be an agricultural extension agent. You do that here. You train them. You train, are you also doing the foods here? Are you training people how to be better agriculturalists? Or there are no agricultural? You can call it food technology, but it's basically agricultural extension. Now, what is happening today, you train somebody to be an expert on how to help the population produce better food. And you have basically produced an idiot who sits in the house for 20 years. Looking for what? Looking for work. He says, oh, you see, this economy is very bad. I can't get a job. I can't get a job. I have got this diploma from Kisii. The father has 2.5 acres in the village. He doesn't even go there. Does that person have a brain? No, I'm asking you, because now we have been told you don't even need the real soil. You can go above the soil to produce even more, things like the mushroom and what have you. So the mindset of our children must also be in the curriculum. And if you attach them to the right places within the industry, then the youth will stop thinking that they must wear a tie like myself. I don't need the tie. I was in England just a few days ago, and I saw a gentleman in a suit picking takataka. He was very happy and putting inside the dustbin. Sindio, will some of these people sitting here do that? It is an abomination. Every job is important as long as it makes you serve another humanity and you put food in there. And that is the job for the governor, because he's the political wing of the meeting. We must ask our youth to change their mindset. So let me leave you with those blessings and just say that I'm very happy that most of the students who passed very highly, some with A's now and A minuses and B pluses, are choosing deliberately to join the technical schools. And that means they are wiser, because you come and go and train as a master plumber. And by the time the one who went to do engineering comes out, he stays for 10 years, you already own 2 or 3 houses. Who now is more stupid? Is it you or the other one? So you should look at what is available and do what you think is going to employ you, so that you can also employ others and move forward. Because I always say, as I sit down, my job is to provide for my wife and family. If it means that I will go now and fetch water, or look for firewood, or clean toilets, and at the end I'm given, whether you call it a token or a salary, to take home for the food, I must learn to be satisfied with what I have. That is the biggest Kenyan disease. Because you see me with a motorcycle, now you want to have a motorcycle, but a bicycle is just also as good as a motorcycle. You want, I told my son, when he wanted several pairs of shoes, because somebody had 10 pairs, I said, no, go and tell the one who has the 10 pairs of shoes to reduce them so that he has 2 pairs like you, because you are the gold standard. You must be the gold standard yourself. People must follow you. Don't follow other people that this one has this one has 10 suits, I also want to buy. No, go and tell that one who has too many to drop those so that he can follow you, because you are the gold standard. And I want to encourage those people who have yet not applied to join Tibet, that they are welcome, because the government is taking full responsibility for them. There is capitation and there is also help. And that I think if we are going to realize Vision 2030, it is through these technical colleges that we are going to do it. And I think I have hope, because we have transformed Kisii, we are transforming Kisumu. There are 2 excellent ones, one in Eldoret and another one. Unfortunately, they are both in Eldoret, isn't it? But this one has transformed so quickly. We have another very excellent one in Nyeri. So there is hope, but you must go faster than you are going, because if I were you, Bwana Principal, a day has only 24 hours. And even when we are marking exams, we use 18 hours of the 24 hours. If you have been given a task by the governor, and the governor is a very good man, because I know him. Are you sleeping and looking at the time you start work at 8 and go home at 5? You can't convince me as to why you have not manufactured the carbon, isn't it? That's it. And it can be done, because we had a building in Nairobi, the tower. It was done on a 24-hour contract. And just to tell you that it can be done, it was done in under 3 years, 22 stories. And if you like, you can go and look at what it looks like inside. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It is now mine to just, before I say that I declare this open, is to wish, as you discuss issues here, can the change start even if you have prepared something that is too academic? Can you start by, during this conference, to interact with things which can be measured, that will have impacts in our education system, in our students, and in the stakeholders that are around here, so that before Ngwa even retires, because we are retiring together, this can be, I mean, for this round, I don't know what you want to do next. Can you try to talk about things which can be measured in about a year, so that if you have another conference in a year, even though I may not be there, what is it that you will have achieved with this conference? The academicians will say, oh, I presented papers, but what is the impact? What is the impact? And if there's an impact, then we'll even have better things. Ladies and gentlemen, I now declare this conference officially opened, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Tupige makofi mzuri kwa our chief guests. Asante sana. Chief guests, we now have the opportunity to present to you gifts courtesy of Kisii National Polytechnic. And I'll now invite the chair of the council, Professor Kitainge, to present the first gift, which is a soapstone carving of an elephant. Professor, tafadhali, feel most welcome. Thank you very much. Professor, that symbolizes the strength and courage in you in the reforms of education and nurturing the future. Makofi tafadhali.
Yes, while we are there, the council observed that we have really moved great strides, and we promise that we shall really move. To our governor, we shall achieve. And that road will have cabro. We are going to utilize the machine. The council is ready. We have a second gift to our chief guest. There is a reason for it, sir. This gift is a special gift. The other one is the official gift, and this is a personal gift from the council. The animal symbolizes power and the push that you've given us, and we wish to present it to you, sir. Accept to receive this next animal.
Wapi makofi tafadhali.
from Kisii.
The
It
soapstone
comes
is-
from Kisii, local produced. Our next presentation is to our governor. And okay, the next presentation is to our chief guest, the keynote speaker, the president of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. And this is a gift coming from the council to you, sir. It's an elephant with the trumpet up that we need to make the message clear. Kindly continue communicating. Don't give up. Continue talking, continue encouraging. Make the voice be heard and let everybody be represented. Karibu sana. I wish to present the elephant to you.
Thank you. Makofi tafadhali tena. Asante. The next gift for His Excellency the Governor.
The next gift is for His Excellency our Governor. Karibu sir. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for allowing us to work and do the best for the country through Kisii National Polytechnic. We appreciate you and we love you so much. We shall give you this painting because we are giving to our visitors what comes from Kisii, and we are giving you what we think befits you. Receive it, sir.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, that wall hanging represents the lifespan of a bird that still, as much as of the waves, the birds can still perch on a tree. Makofi kwa His Excellency the Governor. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Chair, Governing Council, and the council members. With your permission, our guest, our CS, I would wish to introduce the TVET principles aloud very briefly for less than 2 minutes, and also the vice chancellors and the people representing the vice chancellors. So please, TVET principles, you can just walk and just mention your name for the chief guest to recognize your presence. Or use this one.
Can you use it, my dear?
But I'll put it. Use it.
Thank you. Your guest, thank you. My name is Cheruyot, Principal, Keroka Technical Training Institute.
A coffee.
My name is Felix Bakres Odhiambo, Kakrao Technical and Vocational College.
Kakrao.
Thank you, sir. My name is Wilfred Owala, Principal, Awendo Siruti, TVC. Thank you.
Awendo.
Thank you, sir. My name is Linda Ayuku, representing the Chief Principal, Kisii National Polytechnic, Madam Chief Principal, Catherine Pelonyi.
Kisii Poly.
Thank you, sir. Thomas Wago from Kitale National Polytechnic, representing my principal, Mr. John Akola. Thank you.
Kitale.
Thank you, sir. My name is Peter Nyaribo, Principal, Kitutu Masaba, TVC.
Kitutu Masaba. Hey, umechoka?
Yes, Governor, sir. My name is John Arono from Garagara National Polytechnic, representing the principal, Mr. Evans Osira. Thank you.
Garagara.
Thank you, sir. My name is Lydia Kimoro, Principal, Iragia, TVC.
Iragia.
Thank you, sir. My name is Dr. John Abuto, the Principal, Mawego, TTI.
Mawego.
Bwana CS, my name is Magdalene Mwachofi from the Eldoret National Polytechnic, representing Mr. Josephat Sawe.
Eldo Poly.
My name is Samuel Mbeta, representing the Principal Sangalo Institute, Madam Lois Kuto.
Sangalo.
Thank you, sir. My name is Michael Njoga from Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, representing Chief Principal, Madam Anne Bogo.
Kenya Coast.
My name is Daniel Mugonchi from RVTTI, representing our principal, Mr. Wambok.
Leave it very technical. One clap.
Thank you, sir. My name is Jason Weri, representing the principal, Mr. Geoffrey Andama, Ekeribo Getai TTI.
Ekeribo.
Thank you, sir. My name is James Kiyondi, Principal Genga Vocational Training Center, Kisii County.
Thank you, sir. I'm Ogendo Innocent, Principal Gotchak Vocational Training Center.
Thank you, sir. My name is Bernard Mogeni Mbori, Principal Manyansi Vocational Training Center.
Thank you, sir. My name is Dennis Ungeri, Nyandusi Vocational Training Center.
Visibility.
Thank you, sir. My name is Boniface Indege Chuma, representing St. Kisii National Vocational Training Center.
Thank you, sir. My name is Vantans Mugo, representing the principal of Babette National Polytechnic.
Thank you, sir. My name is Stephen Onyango, representing the principal of SIA Institute of Technology, Mr. Daniel Randa.
Thank you, Bwana CS. I'm Absalom Vincent Owino, representing Mr. Michael Musuya of Friends College, Kaimosi.
Thank you, sir. My name is Francis Wanga, representing Butere TVC. The principal is the Dekaya Chanzu.
Thank you, sir. I'm Michael Mganda from Allied Technical Training Institute. I'm representing my principal, Madam Sally Lukuyu. Thank you.
So thank you, principals of
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm Lucy Makoha from Kisiwa TTI. I'm representing my principal, Dr. Godfrey Murunga. Thank you.
So thank you, our CS. We had the Vice Chancellor and the representative Vice Chancellor allowed.
All protocol observed. My name is Professor Deogratius Jaganyi, the Vice Chancellor, Mount Kenya University.
Thank you, CS. I'm Professor Philip Raburu. I'm a DVC in charge of research at the University of Eldoret, but here I'm representing the Vice Chancellor, Professor Teresa Kenga. Thank you.
So thank you very much, guest principals and the vice chancellors and their representative.
Sorry for being late. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Mitaki, representing the Principal Director, JQuat Kisii campus. Thank you.
So our guest today, we have come to the end of our opening ceremony, and I'm inviting everybody for lunch, and I'm requesting the spiritual leader, Kisii National Polytechnic, to play for the lunch. Karibuni.
Thank you. May we rise again for word of prayer. Let us pray. Father, Lord, in the name of Jesus, thank you, Lord, because you have given us again this opportunity to conclude the opening ceremony. Jehovah, we have seen your guidance. You have led this far. Jehovah, thank you because of our chief guest. I dedicate him unto your hands, Lord, for your grace and your favor as he continues to lead us in this ministry, Lord. Thank you because you're going to enable him to come up with ways how we can improve this education in our republic. Thank you because of our governor and the president of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you because of the guests. Thank you because of the council and the administration of this institution and our guests, Lord. We have seen your hand, Lord, and as we continue with this conference, we pray that the Holy Spirit to lead us. Thank you, my Father, as they now, some start their journey back to their various points. I pray for their journey mercies. And as we continue now, Lord, be with us so that we can have new innovations and a new knowledge. I pray for the lunch that we are going to take. May you bless it. It is in Jesus' mighty name we pray and believe.
Amen.
Amen.
Tafadhali tukubalie kwanza walioketi katika ukumbi wa keti, chief guest wanapoondoka kwanza. Tukubalie kwanza our chief guest and His Excellency the Governor watoke kwanza, alafu wengine tufuate. I'm also reminded that there is a video coming up by Dr. Mattress. The rest of us can remain seated as we watch that video. Thank you. Tungoja kidogo watoke ndio wengine tufuate. Kwanza walioketi katika ukumbi wa keti.
Unapotoka hivi na wasii kwamba katika ile tent iko pale, we have our chief guest going there. It has a capacity of 12 members, 12 seats. So kindly let us allow our chief guest and the governor and the other 8 guests to be in there. We have other eating places. One is at the student center and the other one is at the main dining hall. Both places have got, we are requesting that all our seated members, you will proceed to the student center, and as we go, let us observe COVID-19 so that we have distance. You are welcome to those 2 places where meals are served. And can please staff and students, let us allow our guests to take the meals and then we shall join in. Thank you so much.
After lunch, you will.
And as we go, let us observe COVID-19 so that we have distance. You are welcome to those 2 places where meals are served. And can please staff and students, let us allow our guests to take and then we shall join in. Thank you so much.
Through personal experience, I came to know that the mattress quality in Kenya needed an attention, and I always wanted to do manufacturing for Kenyan youth. So combining those 2, I decided to venture into mattress manufacturing. In 2013, I hired the first showroom in 2nd Parklands and brought ready mattresses. Response was very good, and we decided to bring in machinery in 2014. And in 2015, January, we were in full production.
We introduced technologies like viscomemory foam, pocket springs, zippered washable cover, natural latex, and rollback mattresses into the market.
Our spring mattresses are manufactured locally using imported steel wire, which is coiled and heat treated to ensure that the springs do not reduce in height. These springs are then enclosed in individual fabric pockets, which are arranged in interlocking pattern, glued together with special hot melt glue made from natural tree resin. Our foam mattresses are made from locally manufactured EU foam. We use the highest quality materials to ensure that flexible foam properties such as elongation, compression, and tear resistance are not compromised. This ensures your mattress lasts you a lifetime.
Traditionally, customers were not given an option of testing a mattress before purchase. Dr. Mattress opened sleep centers to provide accessibility and convenience for one to test a mattress before purchase. The opening of the showrooms enabled us to educate our clients on the importance of good sleep in relation to good health, and also to get customer feedback, which is a great tool to ensure a continuous improvement on our products. Testing a mattress before purchase. Dr. Mattress opened sleep centers to provide accessibility and convenience for one to test a mattress before purchase. The opening of the showrooms
We always chose to work with the best global suppliers. This helped us a lot in investing into the right product and the right machinery. We used to import pocket springs and produce 200, 300 mattresses in 1 month. Now, thanks to our investments, we are able to produce the same quantity in a single day.
In 4 years' time, we grew in manufacturing capacity, in financial capacity tenfold. In the numbers of showrooms, we grew 20-fold. We would like to cover the whole of East African community countries, as well as all the viable COMESA and Pan-African market.
With each new investment, we are trying to achieve better quality, more affordable products, and create new jobs for Kenyans.
When I founded Dr. Matters, I made the right investment. This enabled Dr. Matters to be vertically integrated. Pan-African market.
With each new investment, we are trying to achieve better quality, more affordable products, and create new jobs for Kenyans.
This vertical integration enabled us to produce home furniture, which is in return horizontally integration. Now we have DRM furniture by Dr. Matters, which has created more employment in our organization. More youth is employed.
I'm proud to be part of Dr. Matters, knowing we are manufacturing locally high-quality mattresses that conform to international standards.
It goes without saying that Dr. Matters' mission is to provide better sleep. But the actual or bigger mission here is Kenyan youth. I saw the potential. I saw how talented they are. As a result, I have decided to set up Dr. Matters' manufacturing plant with 100% Kenyan youth. I did this in order to prove to them that all is possible and there is nothing they cannot achieve. Again, I repeat, my ultimate mission is to ensure that Kenyan youth realize their potential and use it so that Kenya as a whole become competitive in the international platform. I will be very proud if in my ways I can achieve this. Prove to them that all is possible and there is nothing they cannot achieve. Again, I repeat, my